Chapter 756. The successor of the heavenly god of justice, Yang Yushu, will finally return. Looking at the information engraved on the stone wall, the immortals were shocked. The heavenly god of justice's successor, Yang Yushu? Why did he come back? The ancient immortals and gods that had left were coming back. Or was it only Yang Yushu who wanted it back? Now that the heavenly realm already had the heavenly god of justice, even though he was chased out of the primal chaos, wouldn't it be awkward for him to return? There are remnants of a special power here. The immortal reverend looked into the void as a stream of immortal energy spread out. Buzz! The void rippled as the remnant power of time was activated, revealing the events recorded in time. This was also a small world, and the descendants of heavenly god Yang Erling cultivated here. The immortal spirit commanded the chaotic beasts to destroy the small worlds and slaughter the descendants of the ancient immortals and gods. Without any additional information, these immortals and gods also understood the story of what had happened here. Jiang Changkong was also secretly fusing with the demon emperor's body. Back then, this Yang Yushu should have escaped. An immortal emperor guessed. That should be the case. A descendant of an ancient immortal god fighting against an immortal spirit. The early stage immortal venerable sighed and said, "Why didn't you contact the immortal world of the past and let us help out?" The demon emperor said coldly, "Back then the celestial world was on the verge of annihilation. What can we do to help?" The immortals, that was true. Even if they had known, they would not have been able to. There's no other information here. Let's go. The immortal sovereign shook his head, feeling pity for the descendants of the ancient immortals and gods. He turned around and left. The rest of the immortal emperors had come for nothing. Although they were disappointed that they did not obtain anything, their hearts were heavy after seeing the scene just now. The descendants of the ancient immortals and gods had all perished. Could the current heaven realm resist the terrifying immortal spirits and chaos beasts? They were not confident. A group of immortals stepped onto the teleportation array and returned to the celestial world. Jiang Changkong secretly left behind the bone dragon and sealed it in the primal chaos. After returning to the heaven realm, they returned to their respective factions. The demon emperor left behind the heaven's power and resources before leaving. Jiang Changkong took out the wheel of reincarnation. Sure enough, they were all things that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate. As for the descendants of the ancient immortals and gods, all of them had performed meritorious deeds to the heavens. If they really returned, the heavenly Tao would really take care of them. Lu Qian's expression also turned grim when he saw this information. Fortunately, they had also left a message. Yang Yushu, in addition to Jiang Changkong's identity as the true heavenly god of justice, should not be a problem. His essence, qi, and spirit had already reached more than 43 million. Jiang Changkong began to perfect his Xian art. The divine power in his body condensed and increased explosively. The comprehension of the law of primal chaos surged once again. Jiang Changkong's 7 revolutions mysterious art could be considered to have reached the end. One more step and the immortal Tao would reign supreme. Looking at his remaining essence, qi, and spirit, he only lacked the Tao body, and he would be able to become an immortal lord. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal emperor, god emperor, 7 revolutions mysterious art. Complete. 32 million/32 million connate, chaotic Taoist body. Perfection 1/32 million golden crow immortal sutra. Full circle. 4:000:000/4:000:000 essence, qi and spirit 11. 8 million. Jiang Changkong was too lazy to look at the remaining bits and pieces. Sensing the explosive increase in power in his body, Jiang Changkong felt that he could easily suppress the chaotic dragon from back then, even without using the reincarnation disc. Tearing space apart and leaving the heavenly realm, Jiang Changkong retrieved the bone dragon and stepped into the teleportation formation. After teleporting to the temple, Jiang Changkong directly left. He sat on the chaotic bone dragon and traveled through the primal chaos. Lu Qian asked in puzzlement, Jiang Changkong, you used the power of the heavenly Tao to raise your strength. Why doesn't your strength seem to be affected in the primal chaos? Under normal circumstances, when one used the power of the heavenly Tao to raise their strength would plummet after leaving the range of the heavenly Tao. Maybe it's because my foundation is deep to begin with. Actually, if the heavenly Tao boosts me, I can be even stronger. Jiang Changkong replied. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao hadn't boosted him for a long time. Back when he hadn't become an immortal, the heavenly Tao had boosted him to deal with immortals in the East Sea. This is different. Using the power of the heavenly Tao to raise one's strength is a kind of power obtained by relying on the heavenly Tao. Without the protection of the heavenly Tao, one's strength would definitely fall. Lu Qian couldn't understand. There was something wrong with Jiang Changkong's strength. All right, study it well. I'll tell you when there's a chance in the future. Jiang Changkong wasn't willing to talk more. He directly transformed into his essence, qi and spirit. The heavenly Tao couldn't control his ability to raise his strength. After transforming into his essence, qi and spirit, it was his own. The power of the heavenly Tao didn't exist. The chaos skeletal dragon shuttled quickly. Jiang Changkong's chaos divine power was constantly paying attention to the surroundings. Oh! Jiang Changkong's heart stirred. He collected the chaos skeletal dragon. One of his chaos divine power was destroyed. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching. Danger was approaching. Jiang Changkong used his chaos divine power to protect himself and met it with a palm. Boom! The chaos divine power shook and the airflow surged. Both sides were forced back at the same time. Tens of thousands of immortal light beams emitted a domineering aura. The divine power was gray and intertwined around Jiang Changkong. Immortal spirit? Jiang Changkong looked coldly at the person in front of him. Jiang Changkong? Enveloped by the immortal light, the celestial venerable's gaze was cold. You destroyed that small world? Jiang Changkong said calmly, you want revenge? I'm afraid you won't be enough. Your strength is indeed not bad, but you are too conceited. The celestial venerable shouted coldly. The primal chaos tore and appeared in front of Jiang Changkong in an instant. A chaos stone saber slashed down. Clang! The reincarnation disc appeared and blocked the chaos stone saber. The majestic samsara power collided head-on with the celestial venerable. Jiang Changkong was forced back. He activated the 6 paths of reincarnation and sealed the primal chaos. The supreme might of a sage artifact rained down endless samsara power. Rumble! The samsara river was pulled by the primal chaos and crashed over. This was a mid-stage celestial venerable. He should be weaker than the old man. Since you know that I destroyed the small world, you should know that I can destroy you too. Jiang Changkong controlled the reincarnation disc. The 6 paths of reincarnation power sealed the primal chaos for tens of thousands of miles. Boom! The mid-stage celestial venerable's stone saber shook and was actually sent flying by the samsara river. Its body tore through the primal chaos, and the celestial venerable's blood flowed. The mid-stage celestial venerable's expression turned serious. He let out a strange roar. The chaos stone saber actually forcefully broke through the sage artifact seal and drew in the primal chaos power. Resplendent immortal light shone. The gray mist immortal saber tore apart the heavenly river, and endless destructive power surged out. The reincarnation disc trembled and the samsara river appeared again. Jiang Changkong controlled the samsara river. Rumble! The extreme collision caused the destructive power to collapse. Waves of terrifying power fell. Jiang Changkong soared into the sky and drew the 6 paths power to suppress the celestial venerable. Pucci! Blood splattered and the chaos stone saber flew out of his hand. The mid-stage celestial venerable was injured again. Jiang Changkong looked at the back of his hand. There was an additional wound. If he didn't have a perfect mystic art and the reincarnation disc, he would probably have to use the heaven-splitting move. But now he didn't need the heaven-splitting move at all. He could also kill this mid-stage, celestial venerable. The samsara power fell like a waterfall. The earth, water, fire, and wind appeared at the same time. The mid-stage, celestial venerable's expression sank. His figure actually became faint, and he wanted to merge with the primal chaos. "You can't leave." Jiang Chongkong snorted coldly. His divine power shook and the primal chaos surged. He actually forced the mid-stage, celestial venerable out of the primal chaos. Your divine power can actually merge with the primal chaos. Could it be that you are also an celestial venerable? The mid-stage, celestial venerable was a little stunned. Moreover, Jiang Chongkong's power was even more unique and powerful than his. Celestial venerable, lowly creature. Chapter 7:57. After knowing the origin of immortal essences, Jiang Chongkong only felt disgusted by them. However, they were quite expensive. An immortal venerate had 5 million heavens power, which was equivalent to 500,000 essence, energy, and spirit. It was because of these fellows that he could improve so quickly. The reincarnation disc suppressed the primal chaos, and divine power merged with the primal chaos energy. He knew how to merge with the primal chaos too, and it was even stronger when used with the reincarnation disc. Connate divine patterns and reincarnation power could unleash holy might. The mid-stage immortal venerate's injuries increased, and his aura became weaker. The Chaos Stone Saber was already sealed, and his immortal power could not shake the reincarnation disc. His immortal blood was like a river, destroyed by the reincarnation disc. Heavily injured, the 6 paths of reincarnation released a suction force. Thousands of blood souls howled, turning into blood-colored ropes that bound the mid-stage immortal venerate. He roared furiously, but it was useless. He kept circulating his immortal power. The reincarnation disc smashed into his body, and his cracked body shattered, leaving only his head. Jiang Chongkong sighed. "Why struggle? It will only make you feel more pain. Just be obedient." The heavenly Tao did not care whether he was at his peak or only had a head left. As long as he was an immortal venerate, he would give 5 million heavens power, no less. He kept the head and suppressed it with the power of reincarnation. Jiang Chongkong found the spatial ring, rode the bone dragon, and left quickly. After leaving the battlefield, Jiang Chongkong absorbed the primal chaos energy to recover. After a day, he had more or less recovered. He took out the immortal venerate's spatial equipment and looked through it. Oh, he is really rich. Looking at the resources inside, Jiang Chongkong jumped in shock. Middle grade 8 immortal stones, 100. Low grade 300. Peak grade 7 immortal stones, 10,000. High grade 15,000. Middle grade none. Essence, energy, and spirit 9 million. A mid-stage immortal venerate's immortal essence was simply too rich. If he had 2 more immortal essences, he should be able to become an immortal venerate. Lu Qian was also shocked. This immortal essence is so rich. Where did it come from? Jiang Chongkong sneered. Where else could it have come from? It must have been plundered from the heavenly realm, or used the ruins to scam the immortal gods of the heavenly realm. He thought of the previous temple ruins and the monsters that were stored there. Lu Qian frowned. Using ruins to set up traps was clearly something that immortal spirits often did. I've already done my research. I can make you disguise yourself without being noticed. But I can't fake Yang Erling's bloodline. Leave a Yang family bloodline in your body and use it when necessary. Lu Gan said. Jiang Chongkong nodded. Among the immortals he had captured, there were from all 4 clans. At that time, when he encountered the Yang family bloodline, he just had to activate the bloodline of one of the immortal gods and sense it. Moreover, he was not going to go undercover in the ancient immortal god bloodline. He wanted to return to the heaven realm alone. It was impossible for him to fuse with the bloodlines of the ancient immortals and gods, unless he had created them himself. He had also thought of transforming into one of them, but he was unable to search their memories, so he had no idea what they had experienced. That would be very easy to see through. After retrieving his essence, Jiang Chankong rode the bone dragon and continued on his way. "You're not going back to the heaven realm now?" Lu Gan asked. Jiang Chankong shook his head. "It's too early to go back now. I still want to catch more chaos beasts and immortal spirits." He had just squandered the accumulation of the monster emperor, so it was not enough to improve if he went back now. He had to continue looking for clues about the chaos beasts and the tributary of time. The bone dragon traveled quickly, and Jiang Chankong's figure soon disappeared into the vast chaos. As the immortal spirits were cleared, the power of the golden barrier in the heaven realm did weaken a little, but only a little. The immortal emperor still couldn't enter. The divine court had just finished clearing the immortal spirits and handed them over to the immortal court. There was still some time before the immortal emperor entered Buzhou Mountain. At that time, the matter of Yang Yushu being a descendant of an ancient immortal god would spread among the immortals of the heaven realm. In order to resist the immortal spirits, the descendants of ancient immortals and gods died in battle in the chaos. Only Yang Yushu seemed to have escaped and might return to the heaven realm. Many immortal sovereigns began to pay attention to the chaos near the heaven realm, waiting for Yang Yushu to return. It was just that this wait lasted for half a month, and not a single person was seen. In the chaos, the bone dragon stopped. Jiang Chankong already had experience. If the bone dragon stopped, there must be something nearby. Chaos divine power spread out and searched nearby. Another pure white flower. Another broken world. Jiang Chankong came to the flower and contacted Lu Qian. "Old Lu, how many small worlds did you create back then?" "I'm not sure," Lu Qian said. Back then he was only one of the immortals in the chaotic heaven abyss. These small worlds were created by another group of immortals. Then how many immortals were there back then? Jiang Chankong asked again. Lu Qian asked, "Have you heard of the 10,000 races of the celestial world?" 10,000 races of the celestial world? 10,000 races? The corner of Jiang Chankong's mouth twitched. That was really terrifying. If all the races of the celestial world were added up, a few small worlds would indeed not be enough. As they spoke, he had already grabbed a pure white flower and directly grabbed it. Boom! The chaos shook and the scene in front of him changed. Dense Khanate spirit chi surged over. Many figures surrounded Jiang Chankong with strange and doubtful expressions on their faces. Jiang Chankong was slightly stunned. He looked at the figures around him. There were a total of 6 people, all humanoid beings, and their strength was not bad. They were all peak immortal emperors. "Where did you come from?" An immortal emperor looked at him coldly. Another immortal emperor shouted coldly, "Why didn't you greet us when you saw us?" Immortal spirits? Jiang Chankong was stunned. The immortal spirit stone in his arms glowed. "How dare you? You know that we are immortal spirits. Why aren't you kneeling and greeting us?" The 6 immortal emperors were enraged at the same time, releasing the might of an exalted immortal. "Then, do you know who I am?" A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Chankong's face. The 6 immortal emperors were stunned. They really did not know who the person in front of them was. "Remember clearly, the person who killed you is Jiang Chankong." With a cold laugh, a divine light enveloped the 6 immortal emperors, suppressing the reincarnation wheel. "You found the nest of immortal spirits?" Lu Qian was stunned. From the looks of it, that should be the case. Jiang Chankong merged into the void and his divine power spread out. "We're rich, old Lu." "You're rich," Lu Qian said solemnly. "Be careful, immortal spirits used this place as their nest. There might be powerful immortal supremacies here." Jiang Chankong nodded and became careful. Did this mean that he had stumbled upon a treasure trove? A world where immortal spirits lived. not mentioning the resources and treasures. Just their valuable heaven power was enough to make him go crazy. His divine power sensed that there were many humanoid beings cultivating here. If they were all immortal spirits, he would already have the essence, energy, and spirit to become an immortal supremacy. What a powerful immortal array! Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. There was an immortal array at the place where his divine power touched. He actually almost did not discover it. It was definitely a superior grade 8 immortal array. There was a high possibility that there was a late-stage immortal supremacy here. Jiang Changkong secretly searched for some immortal emperors and immortal kings. He would capture them first. Boom! A huge immortal might swept over. Jiang Changkong's heart tightened as he hurriedly activated the reincarnation wheel to protect himself. The immortal might paused for a moment before continuing. Chapter 758. The immortal might seem to have discovered him, but it also seemed like it didn't. Jiang Changkong wasn't sure. He contacted Lu Qian. Old Lu, do you think he discovered me? If a late-stage immortal supremacy discovered you, would you still be alive? Lu Qian pondered. Jiang Changkong thought about it and felt that it made sense. A late-stage immortal supremacy didn't need to play tricks with him. He could even kill him directly. He merged into the void and continued to capture immortal emperors and immortal kings. Human-shaped immortal spirits flew in the air and charged towards the high-grade 8th grade array formation. Jiang Changkong quickly captured some, but they were all immortal lords. Immortal kings and immortal emperors were extremely fast and had a trace of special power on them. He didn't dare to act rashly. Many immortal arrays blocked his way. Jiang Changkong quickly passed through them. When he came to the high-grade 8th grade immortal array, Jiang Changkong stopped. There were only a few immortal lords and immortal kings nearby. There weren't any immortal emperors. They had all entered the immortal array. I think he should have discovered me. Otherwise, the immortal spirits here wouldn't have all hidden inside. Jiang Changkong said solemnly. Lu Qian's eyes were dark. I guessed wrongly just now. But why didn't he attack you? Jiang Changkong was also very curious. The divine might just now was clearly a late-stage immortal supremacy. That pause was definitely enough to discover him. It should have been able to easily kill him. Even with the samsara disc, he wouldn't be able to fight a late-stage immortal supremacy. But this one didn't. Could something have happened to him and he was heavily injured? Jiang Changkong guessed. Lu Qian said, Are you leaving or not? I don't really want to, Jiang Changkong said solemnly. If he left and missed all these immortal spirits, he wouldn't know where to find more. You'll know when you see it. Send it to me, Lu Qian said coldly. Jiang Changkong's 3 eyes shone brightly as he peeked at the high-grade 8th grade immortal array. Lu Qian was a descendant of an ancient immortal god and was a powerful immortal supremacy. He understood array formations very well. It was too difficult to forcefully break this immortal array, so he needed a professional to do it. Furious growls and panicked voices could be heard from within the immortal formation. A cold voice rang out. Aunt, I don't want to kill you. Scram immediately. If you don't say anything, I might really leave. Jiang Changkong sneered. There was definitely something wrong with this late immortal venerable. If there was no problem, the fairies would never let him go. Even if he didn't know Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had taken in 6 immortal emperors and captured many immortal spirits. Mo Wuji shouldn't have let him off. Roar! An enraged roar, a tyrannical aura, and a massive force spread out. Jiang Changkong's expression turned serious as he placed the reincarnation disc in front of him to protect himself. However, that power was forcefully stopped and then retracted. Jiang Changkong was slightly startled and continued to examine the formation. Lu Qian studied it rapidly, not caring about what was happening outside. Aunt, the great immortal soul doesn't care about your offense. Why aren't you scramming? Angry shouts rang out. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave immediately. Your threats are filled with helplessness. Jiang Changkong sneered. He was even more certain that there was something wrong with this late-stage immortal venerable. Was he severely injured, or was there something else? As Lu Qian studied it, Jiang Changkong gained a deeper understanding of this immortal formation. This was a protective immortal formation. Its offensive power was not strong. It was very difficult to break it from the outside. Even an ordinary late-stage immortal venerable would not be able to do it. Jiang Changkong followed Lu Qian's instructions and executed a series of hand seals. The immortal formation shook violently. Beams of immortal light dissipated and the immortal formation was disintegrating. The fairies inside became more and more panicked. Accompanied by roars, the furious roars inside became louder and louder. 3 hours later, there was a loud bang and the immortal formation dissipated. A huge pool of blood appeared. A group of fairies surrounded the pool of blood with horrified expressions. In the pool of blood, there was a huge chaotic beast with a human head. Its limbs had already transformed into hands. So it's transforming. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold as he looked at the transformed chaotic beast. And there's still a mid-stage immortal venerable guarding this place. He might return at any time. The huge chaotic beast's eyes were still filled with ferocity. You'd better leave now. I can forget about your offense. What a coincidence. I killed a mid-stage immortal venerable on the way here. Jiang Changkong sneered and grabbed at fairies. Roar! With a furious roar, the nearby fairies exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh that sank into the pool of blood and quickly melted. In an instant, only the huge chaotic beast was left. The killing intent in its eyes intensified. And don't even think about taking them away. The transformed beast roared, but it didn't attack Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's gaze was cold. If you attack now, it means that the transformation will fail. He did not expect that this fellow would be so decisive to destroy all the fairies. Once he captured the fairies and returned to the heavenly realm, it would be a large amount of heavenly power. In a situation where he could not attack, letting those fairies die was the best plan. The violent look in the transformed beast's eyes became more and more intense. Ant scram. Jiang Changkong held the reincarnation disc tightly and fell into hesitation. The immortal spirit was gone, leaving only the transformed vicious beast. If he captured it, he might obtain 500,000 essence, energy, and spirit, but that was an extravagant hope. If he interrupted the transformation and this fellow failed, he would probably chase after him like a madman. However, if he retreated just like that, he would have done all this for nothing. The violent look in the transformed beast's eyes gradually decreased, and there was more clarity. There was nothing he could do. If the transformation failed, he would have to face death. The fairies would not leave behind a failed product. In the future, his strength would also stagnate, and he would not be able to improve any further. He could not move. He could only let the other fairies commit suicide and throw them into the blood pool. Without the fairies, this fellow in front of him should retreat, right? Boom! Suddenly, 6 vortexes appeared. 6 Daos merged into one, sky-splitting one. Jiang Changkong still chose to attack. He did not want the fairies to have another late-stage immortal venerable. This time, the fairies were gone, which made him furious. Lu Qian, who was in his body, fell silent. He thought that Jiang Changkong would retreat, and he was also persuading Jiang Changkong to leave. As long as there was life, there would be hope. When his strength increased, he would just kill a few more immortal venerables. However, Jiang Changkong was unwilling. He had 2 wisps of baleful energy. At most, he would use 1 more. This late-stage immortal venerable did not move and took his sky, splitting one head-on. If he could severely injure him, he would be able to kill him. How dare you? He was furious and extremely shocked. The transformed beast did not expect Jiang Changkong to be so crazy. Was he not afraid of death? Even if he failed the transformation, he was still a late-stage immortal venerable. He could still kill him. However, this fellow still attacked. The sky splitting one tore through the void and shattered the small world. Endless chaotic energy surged over. Jiang Changkong raised the reincarnation disc, and the Lady of Earth Phantom also appeared. Roar! A roar resounded, and the reincarnation disc trembled. A terrifying power awakened from the transformed beast's body. The power of sky splitting tore apart the immortal venerable power and landed heavily on the transformed beast. The blood pool shattered, and the transformed beast went crazy. The clarity in its eyes completely dissipated, replaced by endless violence and painful roars. Chapter 759. The heaven-splitting move tore apart the beast's defense, broke its bones, and chopped off an arm. The terrifying power sent the reincarnation disc flying and the small world collapsing. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. He turned and fled into the chaos. Hurry up and run. Damn it, I can't beat it. With the sky-opening move, the primal chaos beast was injured, but only one of its hands was broken. There was no way to fight it. With his current combat strength, he could suppress a mid-stage immortal venerable. He was even confident of defeating a peak mid-stage immortal venerable. However, this was a late-stage immortal venerable, an even more terrifying immortal venerable. Behind him were endless roars and angry roars. The transformation failed, and the beast went completely crazy. Its consciousness had already dissipated, and it returned to being a violent, chaotic beast. Jiang Changkong could only run now. Lu Qian sighed. You really know how to court death. I didn't expect a late-stage immortal venerable to be so terrifying. Jiang Changkong was helpless. He merged into the chaos and fled. I hope this guy won't chase after me. Angry roars, violent power, and immortal energy were suppressed by the chaotic power. Large areas of the small world were destroyed, and the remnant power of time was also activated. Many figures appeared, but they were all illusory. Fortunately, this chaotic beast couldn't tell them apart, and it was frantically attacking the images recorded by time. Jiang Changkong stuffed pills into his mouth as if they were free, and he fled with all his might. He wanted to return to the temple and teleport back. This beast shouldn't chase after me for the time being. It's enough for me to return to the temple and teleport away, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Qian heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still worried. But I advise you not to be too optimistic. I don't like to hear you say that. My luck has always been good. Jiang Changkong crossed the chaos and guided the chaotic energy to recover his cultivation. Is the celestial spirit stone useful to him? Lu Qian suddenly asked. Jiang Changkong shook his head. I don't know, but I think it's most likely useless. Find that mid-stage immortal venerable and see if he left anything special behind, Lu Qian said. There's no need. Other than resources, there's only one celestial spirit stone. Jiang Changkong gritted his teeth. If he really catches up, we can only try using the celestial spirit stone. Roar! The roar was still resounding, shaking the primal chaos for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The ferocious beast that had failed its transformation finally finished looking at its surroundings. Then it followed Jiang Changkong's aura and chased after him. Although Jiang Changkong could fuse with the primordial chaos, these primordial beasts and immortal spirits could do the same. This ability was useless in front of them. It was just like how that intermediate immortal venerable had faced him previously. Even before Jiang Changkong arrived at the shrine, the aura of the ferocious beasts was already approaching. Jiang Changkong could only use one move to disrupt his opponent and escape with all his might. Boom! The ferocious beast pushed it away with its palm, shattering the divine power and giving chase again. The arm that Jiang Changkong had chopped off had already grown back. Although the power of Split the Heavens was terrifying, the disparity between the two was too great. It didn't have much of an impact on the dire beasts. Just like that, he interfered while advancing. Jiang Changkong tossed out another immortal spirit stone. The ferocious beast paused for a moment before continuing its chase. Not again. It's still somewhat effective. Jiang Chongkong continued to toss out immortal spirit stones. The ferocious beast paused for a moment, grabbed the immortal spirit stone, observed it, and threw it away. The throwing and stopping gave Jiang Chongkong enough time to escape. The immortal spirit stones are not very useful. Lu Qian sighed softly. It's enough for me to escape. Jiang Chongkong had quite a lot of immortal spirit stones with him. The small world from before was not destroyed for nothing. Finally, Jiang Chongkong arrived at the shrine. However, old Lu, can you not jinx it next time? Jiang Chongkong's face twitched. The shrine was gone. It had already been destroyed by someone. Naturally, the teleportation array was gone too. It was impossible to teleport back to the heavenly realm from here. Lu Qian, if you don't run, that ferocious beast will catch up. Roar! The primal chaos behind him shook, and the chaotic aura of the ferocious beast could already be seen. Jiang Chongkong tossed out the stone again and fled with all his might. You don't have many immortal spirit stones left, Lu Qian reminded him kindly. Jiang Chongkong sighed softly. Don't you have any good news? Try the immortal spirit stones of that mid-stage immortal supremacy. There might be a miracle, Lu Qian reminded him. Jiang Chongkong's expression was solemn. At this time he could only give it a try. He took out the immortal spirit stones, and the ferocious beast behind him stopped. Jiang Chongkong was stunned. It really worked. Roar! The ferocious beast that had failed its transformation started to walk on the spot. It did not chase after him. Scram immediately. Don't follow me anymore. Jiang Chongkong shouted coldly. Roar! The ferocious beast roared again and retreated. It seems very obedient. Jiang Chongkong's eyes flickered. Would it be like the primal chaos beast from before, taking a beating without fighting back? If so, he could capture this late-stage immortal supremacy and bring it back to the heavenly realm. Boom! The primal chaos shook, and the ferocious beast tore through the chaos and pounced over. Stop! Jiang Chongkong's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran. The ferocious beast's attack stopped, and it stood in the chaos. Jiang Chongkong was shocked. What happened just now? Could it be that it was playing with me? Lu Qian said calmly, Don't be naive. It's obvious that this immortal spirit stone of yours is useful, but it's not always effective. Jiang Chongkong tried again. Once he left the ferocious beast's line of sight, it would go crazy. When he entered its line of sight and used the immortal spirit stone to order the ferocious beast, it would temporarily be very obedient. However, it also had the tendency to attack him, but it was afraid of the immortal spirit stone in his hand, so it did not take action. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the chaos. Every time the primal chaos beast was about to kill, Jiang Chongkong told it to squat down, and it would immediately become obedient. Once he ran, the primal chaos beast was immediately enraged and prepared to pounce. There's no danger for now. I'll bring this thing back to the heavenly realm and ask Venerable Zhenxian to help me kill it. Jiang Chongkong thought for a while and said. Lu Qian agreed. This ferocious beast was simply a time bomb. As long as it encountered any immortal spirit, this ferocious beast might not care about the immortal spirit stone anymore. Leaving the chaos and returning to the heavenly realm was the best choice. Without the teleportation array, Jiang Chongkong could only choose to fly by himself. He didn't plan to take out the Chaos Bone Dragon. It would be bad if it was accidentally damaged. In the chaos, Jiang Chongkong returned to the heavenly realm with the ferocious beast. However, after calculating the distance, it would probably take him 1 or 2 months to return to the heavenly realm. He could only pray that there wouldn't be any trouble along the way. Roar! Roars kept coming. Jiang Chongkong was afraid that this guy would attack him, so he didn't dare to relax at all. He spread out his chaos divine power in case he encountered danger. After flying for 7 days, Jiang Chongkong stopped. An immortal array appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Jiang Changkong was about to go around the immortal array, but he saw the primal chaos beast behind him rush over first. Boom! He tore the immortal array with one palm and reached in, grabbing a primal chaos beast, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing. Jiang Changkong. What's going on? Eating primal chaos beasts? Old Lu was also stunned. It's normal for primal chaos beasts to kill each other. Rumble. The array kept cracking, and a huge nest was revealed. There were many primal chaos beasts inside, but they were not strong. Some were only at the immortal level. Chapter 760. The Nest of the Chaos Beasts. Jiang Changkong was a little excited. This ferocious beast had destroyed the immortal essence, so this lair would be his compensation. Back off. Jiang Changkong shouted with the immortal spirit stone in hand. Roar! The beast growled and glared at him, unwilling to leave. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He used the reincarnation disc to protect himself and shouted again, Back off! The beast growled and slowly retreated. The weak beast in its mouth was swallowed. Jiang Changkong came to the entrance. There were weak chaos beasts inside. They looked exactly the same. They should be from the same race. They were all weak beasts. The strongest was not even an immortal emperor, only a peak immortal king. They huddled together in fear, obviously frightened by the ferocious beast just now. Divine power spread in and collected them all. Jiang Changkong counted. There were 5,300 immortal level beasts, 300 immortal lord beasts, and 100 immortal king beasts. Together with these chaos beasts and the immortal essences he caught earlier, he could definitely become an immortal venerable once he returned to the heaven realm. This beast was not brought for nothing. Jiang Changkong smiled. This immortal formation was not weak. It would take him a lot of effort to undo it. This late-stage immortal, venerable beast tore it apart easily. He brought it along and continued to the heaven realm. Perhaps there would be more gains along the way. The beast kept following him. Jiang Changkong maintained himself well, just enough for the beast to see him and not go crazy. Lu Qian immersed himself in the divine power. You found yourself a fighter. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a benefit. Jiang Changkong said, The cruelty between the chaos beasts has helped me a lot. Chaos beasts are no different from animals. When they are hungry, they will even eat their own kind. Lu Qian said coldly. How many chaos beasts are there in the chaos? Are they endless? I'm not sure. Even a sage might not be able to find out the exact number of chaos beasts. Jiang Changkong brought the chaos beasts along. There were still no changes in the heaven realm. The stately painting had just been transferred to the heavenly court. Immortal emperors were still unable to enter Mount Buzhou. Jiang Changkong couldn't help but shake his head. He was about to become a venerable immortal, but the heaven realm was still a pool of stagnant water. He didn't know what these 4 sky emperors were thinking. Was it so difficult to deal with immortal essences? Now that he had the stately painting, he would be able to clean it up very quickly. It would not take too much time at all. While he was traveling, he would also pay attention to the situation in the heaven realm when he was bored. After a few more days, the heavenly court was done, and it was the demon Thearka's turn. The demon emperor put on an act and busied himself for days, handing the mountain river map to the Penglai sect and the suppressing Yuan immortal sect. On this day, Jiang Changkong stopped. He once again saw a pure white flower. He wanted to go around it, but the chaos beast had already rushed over. Boom! The pure white flower was cut in half, revealing a small world. 2 immortal emperors rushed out of the world. It's you, my lord. The 2 immortal emperors were astonished. They didn't expect that the one violently tearing down the door this time would be a primal chaos beast. Moreover, it was a primal chaos beast that had failed to evolve. Boom! Under the horrified gazes of the 2, the beast directly swallowed the 2 of them and swallowed them whole. Boom! A raging air wave unfurled. The aura of supremacy of immortal arts surged within the small world, tearing it apart and entering chaos. The other elder was just as shocked. Taking a look at the primal chaos beast, the elder quickly pushed it away. "May I know which lord has arrived? Please show yourself." The pharaoh's aura was very frightening. It was a late-stage immortal lord, while he was just a mid-stage immortal lord. He was far inferior to that primal chaos beast in terms of status and ability. "Stand down." Jiang Chongkong barked coldly, and the pharaoh obediently backed off. The mid-stage immortal lord breathed a sigh of relief and knelt respectfully at Jiang Chongkong. "Greetings, my lord." The corner of Jiang Chongkong's mouth twitched. "Get up." "Thank you, my lord." The immortal lord quickly rose and cautiously looked at the primal chaos beast. "My lord, this lord's metamorphosis has failed. Should we bring him back to be dealt with?" "Yes." Jiang Chongkong sighed. "Something happened this time and disturbed his metamorphosis. I'm having a headache too." "My lord, you've worked hard." The mid-stage immortal lord took out a spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chongkong. "This is my harvest over the years." Jiang Chongkong glanced at it and praised. "Well done, my lord." The mid-stage immortal lord looked at him expectantly. Jiang Chongkong's expression darkened. "What do you want?" "I'm very busy." "You want benefits?" "In your dreams. I have to slowly search for them myself." "Yes, yes." The mid-stage immortal lord quickly smiled apologetically, not daring to anger Jiang Chongkong. "My lord, why don't you come in and have a seat? Let's talk here. Without me watching over him, he'll cause big trouble." Jiang Chongkong pointed at the beast. "Tell me about the recent events." "Yes." The mid-stage immortal lord reported respectfully. "More and more immortals have been tricked recently. Perhaps it's because my lords have arranged it well, allowing many immortals to come to the chaos to search for clues about the descendants of ancient immortals like us." Jiang Chongkong listened. They had earned quite a lot recently. Of course, that group of people could not find the descendants of ancient immortals. They would also send chaos beasts or set up array formations to trap and kill some of them. They would also describe the deeds of the ancient immortals. There was no need to exaggerate. As long as they told the truth, the immortals in the heaven realm would be moved and admire them. They had also arranged for people to spread the news in the heaven realm. Now, everyone knew that the descendants of ancient immortals would return. Speaking up to this point, the mid-stage immortal lord was a little puzzled. "My lord, there's no one called Yang Yushu in the Yang family." "Yes, I will investigate this matter," Jiang Chongkong said lightly. "Let's talk about the return." The mid-stage immortal lord did not dare to hide anything. He said respectfully, "Yes, my lord. This time, I plan to let the Yang family return first. Because my lord has obtained the immortal position aura and has simulated it, the Yang family's bloodline is qualified to become the heavenly god of justice." Jiang Chongkong. "So this is me helping you again? Selling the heavenly aura and immortal position aura in a transaction back then had helped them a lot." "What about the other immortal positions?" Jiang Chongkong asked again. "The Martial Tune planet's immortal position has also been simulated. At the beginning, it's just a test. I don't know if it will work. Let the Yang family take the lead first." Hearing this, Jiang Chongkong asked, "Where is the Yang family now?" "They are almost at the heaven realm. Don't worry, my lord, they will return in a tragic state. There will be no mistakes." Jiang Chongkong could not bear to listen anymore. "You guys sure have a good show." Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. He could not kill all of them, could he? Even if he dared to kill them, the immortals in the heaven realm would object. He had to hurry back to the heaven realm and act as Yang Yushu. "Yes, everything is good. What about the spies in the heaven realm?" Jiang Chongkong asked. "My lord, recently the mountain river map appeared in the heaven realm. Many of the hidden lords have been eliminated." The mid-stage immortal lord's expression turned solemn. He paused and said, "Of course, there should be no problem with the forces secretly arranged by the lords. You even know about this?" A trace of surprise flashed across Jiang Changkong's eyes. "There are hidden forces? Isn't this immortal soul's hiding method too good?" Chapter 761. I've only heard of it, but I don't know the specifics. The middle stage immortal venerable hurriedly said with a hint of apprehension on his face. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, "Tell me, how much do you know?" "Lord, I only heard another lord mention it casually. That's why I know that the lords still have hidden powers. I don't know anything else." The middle stage immortal venerable hurriedly said. Jiang Changkong nodded. "All right then. Bring the rest of the primal chaos beasts out. I'll take them away with me." "Take them away." The middle stage immortal venerable was puzzled. "Lord, these lords are all fine. It's not time to take them away yet. Sigh, why are you so insensible?" Jiang Changkong sighed and retreated. "Kill him. Roar." After obtaining permission, the ferocious beast that failed its transformation roared furiously and pounced at the middle stage immortal venerable. "Lord." The middle stage immortal venerable's expression changed drastically. Immortal power surged out, and a primal chaos divine stone pagoda shone with immortal light. Boom! The ferocious beast's palm struck the pagoda, destroying the immortal light. The pagoda was sent flying. The middle stage immortal venerable spat out a mouthful of blood, and his immortal body cracked. "Lord, why?" The middle stage immortal venerable spat out golden blood and looked at Jiang Changkong in disbelief. Why did Jiang Changkong suddenly want to kill him? "You know too much," Jiang Changkong said faintly. The middle stage immortal venerable's body was sent flying. Golden blood stained his entire body, and a large piece of flesh on his chest was torn off. He roared miserably, "I really don't know about the hidden powers. I really don't know." Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, "My name is Jiang Changkong." "Jiang Changkong?" The middle stage immortal venerable was stunned. "See, you know." Jiang Changkong sneered and cooperated with the ferocious beast to shoot out a divine light. Boom! The late stage immortal, venerable, ferocious beast struck out with its palm. The primal chaos shook, and the divine light followed closely. Rumble! 2 divine lights landed, and the middle stage immortal venerable's body exploded, turning into flesh and blood that filled the sky. Jiang Changkong used his divine power to grab the interspatial ring. The late stage immortal, venerable, ferocious beast wanted to stop him, but it was ordered to retreat. Jiang Changkong entered the small world as he watched the primal chaos beast gnawing on the meat. Roar! The ferocious beast roared. After losing sight of Jiang Changkong, it went berserk. Sensing the aura within the pocket dimension, Zhang Xian's hand tore open the space of the pocket dimension and dived in. With a calm expression, Jiang Changkong raised the celestial spirit stone and said, "Back off." The beast's body stiffened and it obediently retreated. And this small world ushered in its doomsday. Using the immortal spirit stones, he subdued the chaos beasts one after another. As for the descendants of the immortal gods, he could not be bothered with them. When the ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc, many of them had already been killed. The small world began to shatter. The power of primal chaos flooded this place and gradually assimilated it. Jiang Changkong left the small world with the chaos beast following behind him. He counted his harvest this time. There were 5 early-stage immortal venerables and 40 immortal emperors, 300 immortal kings, and 400 immortal lords. He did not want to stay in the primal chaos for a moment longer. He wished he could immediately return to the heaven realm and become an immortal venerable. "Old Lu, do you think it will be faster if I ride this primal chaos beast back?" Jiang Changkong asked. "I think you might die faster. This ferocious beast is clearly targeting you." Lu Qian sneered and said, If it can't find you, ordinary primal chaos beasts would have long left. However, it keeps following you. As soon as Jiang Changkong disappeared, he would chase after him frantically. He would only restrain himself when he saw the Celestial Spirit Stone. If not for the Celestial Spirit Stone, Jiang Changkong would have long been torn into pieces. Jiang Changkong dispelled this thought. This primal chaos beast clearly hated him. If this fellow was resistant to the Celestial Spirit Stone, he would be dead for sure. Jiang Changkong traveled quickly and finally contacted Immortal Jinchuan to see if he had time to make a trip to the primal chaos. He really could not handle such a primal chaos beast. At least, he could not handle it now. When he returned to the Heaven Realm and became an Immortal Venerate, he should be able to handle it with the reincarnation disc. Immortal Jinchuan quickly replied that he might not be able to leave for the time being. The Heaven Realm seemed calm, but there could be major changes at any time. If Immortal Jinchuan left, his Jinyuan celestial sect would very likely be destroyed. However, Immortal Jinchuan could wait for him near the Heaven Realm and help him suppress this primal chaos beast. Thank you, Immortal Jinchuan. In addition, I received some news that the ancient immortal bloodline might be returning. The Yang family's Jiang Changkong told Immortal Jinchuan about the information he had just obtained. He did not even hide the hidden power. However, he did not know what the hidden power was, so he could only let Immortal Jinchuan pay attention in advance. If there is a need, the Demon Emperor can cooperate, Jiang Changkong said. Immortal Jinchuan said, Then, fellow Taoist Jiang, you have to come back quickly. Without you, the situation in the Heaven Realm will be a lot less fun. Of course, I'll be back soon. Jiang Changkong smiled, hung up the phone, and quickly moved forward. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Jiang Changkong was still half a month away from the celestial world. The late-stage immortal, venerable chaos beast was still following behind him. Lu Qian suddenly said, Be careful, I have a bad feeling. Old Lu, don't scare me. A bad feeling? Jiang Changkong was stunned. You just said it casually, right? You are not an immortal, venerable yet. Under normal circumstances, when you reach the immortal venerable realm, you will have an inexplicable sense of danger, Lu Qian said solemnly. Then why didn't these immortal venerables sense the danger and were killed by me? Jiang Changkong said, If he was in the Heaven Realm and was enveloped by the heavenly Tao, he would believe it. However, this was the primal chaos. How could Lu Qian sense it? Lu Qian said solemnly, A sage artifact. A sage artifact can block this feeling? Jiang Changkong asked. That's right. A sage artifact is extremely powerful. Ordinary immortal venerables can't detect it. Lu Qian explained. You have a sage artifact protecting you. Even in the area enveloped by the heavenly Tao, immortal venerables can't detect you. Is your feeling really reliable? Jiang Changkong frowned. Why don't I activate the baneful aura now and run away? You can give it a try, Lu Qian said. Jiang Changkong still had a trace of hope. If he activated the baneful aura, he would lose a life-saving ability. However, if he activated the baneful aura and let the reincarnation will bring him away, it should not harm the chaos beasts inside. He had a lot of essence, chi, and spirit, so it should not be a problem. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying power shook. A huge hand tore through the primal chaos like an ancient demon god. Countless divine patterns were imprinted on it. Jiang Changkong's expression changed drastically. You really can't jinx it. Roar. The chaos beasts behind roared and pounced at the huge hand. Rumble. The terrifying power clashed. The huge hand suddenly retracted. The late-stage immortal, venerable beast roared and shook the primal chaos. It looked behind it ferociously. Jiang Changkong. Isn't this an immortal spirit? Lu Qian was also stunned. This ferocious beast didn't even give face to an immortal spirit? Evil creature. A furious voice sounded. A huge figure in a golden robe appeared in front of the chaos beasts and slashed down with a sword light. The chaos beasts roared and pounced. Divine light shot out from their palms. The primal chaos laws were like sharp swords that attacked the immortal venerable in front of them. Jiang Chongkong was stunned again. He really didn't know this immortal venerable. The aura of the heavenly realm was very thick. Chapter 762. A heaven realm immortal sovereign came to the primal chaos to kill him. Although Lu Qian had never been to the heaven realm, he could tell. Your enemy in the heaven realm? Lu Qian asked. Jiang Chongkong shook his head. Who knows which clan it is? Lu Qian. How many people did you offend? Jiang Chongkong really wasn't sure which force sent this late-stage immortal reverent in front of him. Heavenly Court Immortal Slaying Sect? Or Celestial Court Divine Court? Jiang Chongkong dodged, but he didn't go far. Once he did, the beast would chase after him and give up on this immortal sovereign. Damn beast, Jiang Chongkong is your enemy. The golden-robed immortal sovereign shouted angrily. The divine sword fell and tore apart the beast's defense. However, the beast was also very terrifying. Its palm landed and injured the late-stage immortal sovereign. Jiang Chongkong took out the compass and contacted immortal sovereign Zhenxian. He told immortal sovereign Zhenxian about this immortal sovereign's appearance and attire. Heavenly Court, Golden Spirit, immortal sovereign, you met him? Immortal sovereign Zhenxian said. It's indeed Heavenly Court. He came to find me. Jiang Chongkong said. Immortal sovereign Zhenxian frowned. This isn't good. Golden Spirit immortal sovereign is related to immortal spirits? Could the hidden power be Heavenly Court? Jiang Chongkong said solemnly, Immortal sovereign, you have to be prepared. It's done. I have arranged for all disciples below the immortal emperor level to enter Buzhou Mountain. Immortal sovereign Zhenxian replied. I will inform Peng Lai and the other factions. Be careful. Don't inform them. It's hard to say for the other factions, Jiang Chongkong said solemnly. Heavenly Court colluded with immortal spirits. What about the other factions? Who could guarantee that they didn't have contact with immortal spirits? Rumble. The battle became more and more intense. Golden Spirit, immortal sovereign, and the beast fought fiercely. The power of a late-stage immortal sovereign was terrifying. Jiang Chongkong had to activate the Samsara disc to resist it. The more Golden Spirit, immortal sovereign fought, the angrier he became. It wasn't difficult for him to kill Jiang Chongkong. But now, a monster that had failed to transform was actually standing on Jiang Chongkong's side. A late-stage, immortal venerable monster was the darling of the primal chaos. Golden Spirit, immortal venerable knew that he was strong, but he could not take down this chaos beast in a short time. Chaos blood and immortal, venerate blood flowed in the primordial chaos as the two forces collided. The primal chaos was torn apart. Earth, water, fire, wind, all sorts of powers manifested. Turbulent currents surged and strong winds swept past. A blurry outline of the world appeared because of their battle. Lu Qian sat cross-legged inside Jiang Chongkong's body, constantly paying attention to the battle outside. With their strength, they should be able to create a small world, Lu Gan said. Looks like you're quite relaxed, Jiang Chongkong said snappily. Is that feeling gone now? What a jinx. He said that the temple was gone. He said that there was danger and that a late-stage immortal venerable had arrived. They've already left. It looks like we're safe now, Lu Qian said with a smile. Who would have thought that bringing a beast along would have such a miraculous effect? Jiang Chongkong didn't say anything. The battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion. Golden Spirit, immortal venerables. Left arm was torn off. His divine sword also cut off one of the beast's arms. A dazzling golden light shot out from Golden Spirit, immortal venerable's body. The chaos beast could not help but close its eyes and take a few steps back. Golden Spirit, immortal venerable took the opportunity to pick up the severed arm and retreated. Roar! The chaos beast roared as if it was cheering in victory. It did not chase after it. Instead, it looked at Jiang Chongkong with a fierce gaze. With the immortal spirit stone in hand, it retracted its ferocious aura. "Let's go." Jiang Chongkong tore through the primordial chaos and left. The chaos beast followed again. His hatred for you is even deeper. You even let a late-stage immortal venerable escape. Lu Qian said coldly. Jiang Chongkong glanced at the beast behind him. He might still remember if we interrupted his transformation. If a chaos beast failed to transform, it meant that everything had come to an end. The immortal essences could not tolerate it, and its strength would stagnate. The heavens could not tolerate it either. Such a powerful monster. Even if it failed to transform, it would still be a great fighting force. "I can't believe that the immortal essences were willing to clean it up," Jiang Chongkong said. "Perhaps the immortal essences do not care about a late-stage immortal venerable." Lu Qian thought about it and found that to be the only explanation. Jiang Chongkong said nothing else and focused on hurrying on his journey. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Lord Zhan Xian only informed the Penglai sect after receiving the news. He had some ties with the Penglai Immortal Venerable and could be trusted. He could not trust the other Immortal Venerables and factions. It was hard to tell if the mountain river map would clean up the immortal essences if he handed it to them. According to the information from the Demon Emperor, the barrier would weaken once the immortal essences were cleaned up, and they would be able to enter Mount Buzhou. Now, the mountain river map had been in the Immortal Slayer sect for several days, and they should have cleaned it up. Kaboom! As he pondered, the skies changed and the entire heavens shook. Waves of powerful auras rose as many figures covered in the blood of chaos and emanating a terrible aura passed through the chaos and descended upon the heavens. The heavens quaked, and countless auspicious clouds appeared over the horizon. Thousands of rays and thousands of auspicious colors sprinkled down like a golden rain. The descendants of the ancient immortal gods, the Yang family, have returned. A heavenly voice resounded, and a powerful aura quaked the heavens. Many three-eyed immortals walked out of the immortal realm. Lord Zhan Xian stepped out of the mountain to meet the bloodline of the Yang family. Aside from him, the immortal venerables of the various factions in the heavens had also sent their immortal venerables to the skies. The leader of the Yang family was an intermediate immortal venerable who was not weak, and the weakest he brought was a pinnacle immortal king. 36 members of the Yang family, 1 immortal venerable, 10 immortal emperors, and 25 immortal kings. Lord Guangfa stood above the clouds and looked at the immortals of the Yang family with a solemn expression. The aura of the immortal title of justice. The Yang family is the descendant of the heavenly god of justice, the intermediate immortal venerable said lightly and cupped his hands. Yang family Yang Mo greets the immortal venerables. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yang. Lord Zhan Xian waved his horsetail whisk. Zhen Yuan celestial sect. Zhen Xuanzi greets the fellow Taoists. Zhen Yuan celestial sect? Is it the five-manor temple, the ancestor of the earth immortals? Great immortal Zhen Yuan Z's immortal sect? Yang Mo said with a look of surprise. Yes, Lord Zhen Xian said with a smile. Everyone, the bloodline of the Yang family has returned. If you have anything to say, let's talk in the heavenly court, Lord Guangfa said. Heavenly court? Why not the celestial court, immortal court, demon court? The immortal venerables of the 3 courts spoke at the same time. The heavenly god of justice has always been the law enforcer of the heavenly court, Lord Guangfa said lightly. Now that the Yang family has returned, it should also enter the heavenly court. Ridiculous! Isn't your heavenly god of justice Jiang Chongkong? The demon court immortal venerable sneered. The celestial court immortal venerable said lightly, it's the heavenly court that doesn't want Jiang Chongkong anymore, so they decided to change the heavenly god of justice. Now that the Yang family has returned, it's a good opportunity. It's Jiang Chongkong who betrayed the heavenly court. Not the heavenly court that doesn't want him anymore. Lord Guangfa said coldly. Everyone calm down. Lord Zhenxian waved his horsetail whisk and looked at Yang Mo. May I ask, which one of you is Yang Yushu? Yang Mo was startled. Yang Yushu. The rest of the Yang family's bloodline looked at each other. Who was Yang Yushu? When did we have someone called Yang Yushu? I didn't say there was someone called Yang Yushu. The celestial court people were also curious. Yes, where is Yang Yushu? Which one is Yang Yushu? Yang Yushu can enter the celestial court. The celestial court immortal venerable said. The Yang family. Chapter 763. The Yang clan members were confused. Where did Yang Yushu come from? Yang Mo looked at Guangfa immortal venerable and found him looking at him expectantly. May I ask, who is this Yang Yushu you are talking about? Yang Mo had to ask. He didn't say anything about this before coming. Yang Yushu, isn't he from your Yang clan? Everyone was shocked. Yang clan didn't know Yang Yushu? Maybe a descendant of Yang clan. Yang clan has many bloodlines. I can't remember them all. Yang Mo said. Zhenxian, immortal venerable, was surprised. Didn't Yang clan almost get wiped out by the immortal spirits? Why are there so many? Yeah, Yang clan has many disciples. Demon Court immortal venerable was also surprised. From the news we saw, you should all be dead. Yang Mo's expression didn't change. When we fought against the immortal spirits, we split up and developed in different parts of the chaos world. After so many years of secret development, although there were still casualties in the war against the immortal spirits, we also had many disciples. I see. Guangfa immortal venerable was enlightened. In that case, Yang Yushu should be from one of the scattered branches, not your bloodline. It should be so. Yang Mo nodded. All right, now I've asked everything clearly. Guangfa immortal venerable pulled the topic back. Heavenly Court Guangfa immortal venerable invites the Yang clan bloodline to return to Heavenly Court as the heavenly god of justice. Our celestial court, demon court, celestial court, also invites you to be the heavenly god of justice. The three courts quickly spoke. Zhenxian, Penglai, Zhanxian, the three celestial venerables didn't speak. Yang Mo thought for a moment, then cupped his hands. Thank you for your kindness. My ancestor dedicated his life to Heavenly Court. I will follow his example and join Heavenly Court. Haha. Good. Heavenly Court is the orthodox. Guangfa immortal venerable laughed. You, Demon Court celestial venerable, was about to speak when Zhenxian immortal venerable raised his hand. Since you have chosen, then so be it. Heavenly Tao is watching. Demon Court celestial venerable snorted unwillingly and could only give up. Celestial Court, celestial court, celestial venerable snorted and left. Follow me back to Heavenly Court and meet Celestial Emperor. Guangfa immortal venerable said. Yes. Yang Mo humbled himself. Celestial venerable, can you let me and fellow Penglai witness such a grand event? Celestial venerable Zhenxian asked. Of course, please. Guangfa immortal smiled. Yang Mo and the rest didn't refuse. Their bloodlines and identities were fine. If there was a problem, the heavenly Tao would have reacted long ago. They were not afraid that Zhenxian the Celestial could see anything, unless he knew their specific origins. 36 Yang family members entered the heavenly court. The two immortal venerables followed behind and entered the Lingxiao Palace to meet the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Darch sat high on his throne, his gaze calm. The heavenly Tao has already informed me, but in order to convince everyone in the heaven realm, please let the moon goddess come and verify it. Yang Mo and the rest stood respectfully to the side without a word. Not long after, a cold aura swept over the 36 Yang family members. There's no problem. Pure bloodline. The moon goddess did not appear, only using her divine power to verify. Good. Announce to the world that the ancient, immortal god bloodline has returned. The Yang family will also serve as the heavenly court's heavenly gods of justice. The celestial Dharch stood up and ordered, Guangfa Immortal, take them to the heavenly court's heavenly god of justice. Satisfy all their needs. Yes, celestial Dharch. Guangfa Immortal bowed and left with them. Zhan Xian the celestial walked out and cupped his hands, saying, Celestial Dharch, I have some doubts on my cultivation path recently. I would like to consult the moon goddess. Please allow me. There's no need to be so polite with me. The moon goddess is a supreme ancient immortal god. Why would I restrict her? The celestial Dharch smiled. Zhan Xian, the celestial, left, and Penglai Immortal Venerable went with him to find the moon goddess. In the cold immortal palace, the moon goddess was guiding fairy Yushuet in her cultivation. Sensing the arrival of the two immortal venerables, the moon goddess frowned slightly and appeared at the palace gate. Why do you two have the time to come to this cold palace? The moon goddess is here to ask for advice. Zhan Xian the celestial said, Today I was comprehending the great Tao and encountered many things that I don't understand. Facing the moon goddess, Zhan Xian the celestial didn't dare to be arrogant. Penglai Immortal Venerable also bowed slightly. I also have questions to ask. The moon goddess turned and walked into the palace, then come in. However, you have all reached the peak of immortal venerables, and you are not inferior to me, so I can't give you any advice. There are thousands of great Tao, but all roads lead to the same destination. The moon goddess is a senior, Zhan Xian the celestial said politely. The three of them sat down, and the two immortal venerables took action at the same time to set up a barrier. A book appeared, emitting a faint holy aura. Book of the Earth? The moon goddess's eyes narrowed slightly. What is it that is worth Zhan Xian the celestial to use this holy artifact? The Book of the Earth was the supreme treasure of great immortal Jin Yuan, the Earth fetal membrane. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and even a sage might not be able to break it. Zhan Xian, the celestial, sighed softly and told her the information given by Jiang Changkong. After hearing this, the moon goddess frowned. This news was really shocking. The 36 Yang family immortals were actually sent by Xianling. Now, I don't know what to do, so I can only ask for advice, moon goddess. Zhan Xian, the celestial, smiled bitterly. Protect yourself. The heavenly court is secretly fusing with the chaos beast. When they really make a move, the other forces might not be able to stop them, the moon goddess said. They are still researching. Penglai Immortal Venerable's expression changed slightly. The moon goddess's eyes were cold, regardless of whether the other forces are related to Xianling or not. There will only be one celestial Dharch. Zhan Xian, the celestial, nodded, thinking if the other forces still wanted to fight, they would definitely resist and fight with the celestial Dharch. The demon court would definitely not submit to the celestial Dharch. Moon goddess, when do you think they will make a move? Penglai Immortal Venerable asked. The moon goddess pondered and said, I can't be sure. When the time comes, the new moon goddess will ascend to the moon star. Take it as a hint. Thank you, moon goddess. The two cupped their hands. You should also be careful. If there is an accident, escape to the chaos beast and come back after a while, the moon goddess said calmly. Moon goddess, you mean that the celestial Dharch will not succeed? Zhan Xian, the celestial, raised his head and asked, I have come into contact with the mountain and river map. There is still some power hidden in the heavenly realm, but it has not come out. What power? The two hurriedly asked. There was still power hidden in the heavenly realm. If it was not Xianling, then it was the power of the heavenly realm itself. If it was Xianling, the moon goddess would definitely not say that. The hint given by the mountain and river map was very likely related to the saints. The moon goddess shook her head. I don't know either. Your safety is the most important. There's no need to fight to the death at this moment and make too many sacrifices. We understand. Thank you, Moon Goddess. The two immortal venerables looked at each other and prepared to leave. There was power hidden in the heavenly realm. Now, it seemed that they did not need to worry too much. As long as their disciples did not suffer heavy losses, it would be fine. Do not spread this news, including Jiang Changkong, the Moon Goddess warned. Why? Zhan Xian, the Celestial, was puzzled. The Moon Goddess did not explain and waved her hand to let them leave. Zhan Xian, the Celestial, was helpless, but it was not good to ask again. Chapter 764. Tell me, why didn't the Moon God let me inform fellow Jiang? Venerable Zhan Xian pinched his beard and asked in confusion. Immortal Venerable Penglai shook his head. Did you inform them? It's better not to inform him. The hint from the stately painting should be a message left behind by the sage. I can't ruin the sage's plans. Venerable Zhan Xian pondered for a while and made a decision. If he were to inform them and spoil their plans, they would be in big trouble. Why don't our sects stay together for the time being so that we can take care of each other? Venerable Penglai suggested. That's exactly what I was thinking, said Venerable Zhan Xian with a smile. Penglai Celestial Lord brought his disciples to the Zhanyuan Celestial Sect. Then, after some thought, Venerable Immortal Zhenyuan had the disciples of Buzhou Mountain carve the message on Buzhou Mountain. He did not depict any problems with the bloodline. He only depicted the heavenly court following the heavenly Tao and unifying the heavenly realm. This would not offend the heavenly court, but it would make the other 3 courts wary. He didn't make things clear either. If he did, it might bring forward the unforeseen events. Peace returned to the heavenly realm. Yang Mo and the rest of the Yang clan didn't cause trouble in the heavenly realm. Instead, they went into seclusion in the heavenly court. Amidst the chaos, a figure quickly approached the heaven realm. Time passed, and on this day, Jiang Changkong finally saw the heaven realm. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to call Venerable Zhan Xian. Instead, he changed his face. A restriction appeared in his mind, and the bloodline in his body also changed. He sealed the Chaos Bone Dragon nearby and informed Venerable Zhan Xian to come and get it. After doing this, Jiang Changkong rushed into the heaven realm. Rumble. After entering the heaven realm, Jiang Changkong did not hide his aura at all. The divine power in his body only changed slightly, changing his aura. His 3 eyes shone with divine light at the same time, and a 3-eyed god appeared behind him. The ancient immortal god bloodline had been activated, and his identity as a descendant of an ancient immortal god could be confirmed. The heaven realm shook once again. Thousands of auspicious colors and tens of thousands of multicolored lights appeared. The difference in treatment is so King big. If I return with my real identity, the heavenly Tao will definitely not welcome me. Jiang Changkong said in dissatisfaction. Lu Gan smiled and said, Be content. At least you can come back. However, you better run fast. Buzz. Beams of light soared into the sky. Many celestial venerables stepped into the sky. Roar. A roar could be heard. The primal chaos beast had caught up to the heaven realm. Then, the group of immortal venerables slipped away. This was a freaking late immortal venerable. Back off. Jiang Changkong clenched the immortal spirit stone and shouted coldly. The ferocious beast paused and obediently retreated. Thunder rumbled in the sky as terrifying lightning began to brew. Evil creature, how dare you come to the heaven realm and act so presumptuously? With a furious roar, the phantom of an emperor appeared and slapped the late-stage immortal, venerable, ferocious beast. The late immortal, venerable beast roared. Its chaotic energy was vast and mighty, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. In the next moment, heavenly might descended. This was the strongest heavenly might that Jiang Changkong had ever felt in his life. The late-stage immortal, reverent chaos, ferocious beast nearly fell from the sky. Boom! When the palm energy landed, the ferocious beast turned into a rain of blood. It couldn't be any more dead. Jiang Changkong's pupils shrank. He cupped his fists and said, "Which immortal venerable is willing to help?" Jiang Changkong is eternally grateful. The emperor's projection paused for a moment. A beam of immortal light swept up Jiang Changkong, tearing through space and leaving. "Let go of Yang Yushu." Celestial voices resounded, and a terrifying aura swept over. Scram! Yang Yushu is the celestial court's heavenly god of justice. The emperor's projection snorted coldly, not giving any face. Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. He was so popular, the space in front of him changed. Jiang Changkong appeared in an immortal palace. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a crown was looking at him curiously. "You are..." Jiang Changkong was confused. "I am the Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor. You have just returned to the Heaven Realm, so you don't know. I won't blame you." The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor pointed a finger into Jiang Changkong's mind. Jiang Changkong digested the information. It was about the Heaven Realm's situation. After reading it, Jiang Changkong looked at him in shock. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for lending a hand." "Lending a hand? Previously, I saw that you made a late-stage immortal, venerable, ferocious beast retreat with a single word." The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor said indifferently, "Does the Yang family have this ability? This is my unique ability. However, it is also the Yang family's ability. After all, I am the only one left in the Yang family." Jiang Changkong said. The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor's eyes twitched. "What did you say? You are the only one left in the Yang family? There are 36 Yang family members in the Heavenly Court. How is that possible? I was the only one who escaped. The rest of the Yang family died in the hands of the immortal spirits." Jiang Changkong frowned and said with a solemn expression, "Heavenly Emperor, are you sure? Tell me about your experiences over the years and the Yang family." The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor frowned. At that time, the immortal spirits invaded. The Yang family and many immortals joined forces to resist. However, the immortal spirits could command the ferocious beasts of the chaos. Jiang Changkong narrated the time record. "These years I have been searching for the immortal spirits and ferocious beasts of the chaos in the chaos." "That was your harvest?" the Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor asked. "That's right. These years I finally found out the origin of the immortal spirits. I found out why they could command the ferocious beasts of the chaos." Jiang Changkong said solemnly, "Why?" "Because they were transformed from the ferocious beasts of the chaos." The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor was shocked. He frowned. "Is that true?" "I dare not lie to you. The ferocious beast that followed me here was a failed immortal spirit." Jiang Changkong said solemnly, "As for the ferocious beasts of the chaos, they can be controlled with immortal spirit stones. However, this is a method given by the immortal spirits." "Then where did you get it from?" the Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor asked. "I got it from killing an immortal spirit. Because of that, I was not killed by the ferocious beasts of the chaos. I tried many methods, but I could not get rid of the ferocious beasts of the chaos. I could only come to the Heavenly Realm for help." Jiang Changkong sighed. The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor pondered over his words. He did not know how much was true and how much was false. Jiang Changkong waited for him to finish and did not disturb him. After a long time, the Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor said, "The Yang family of the Heavenly Court said that the bloodline of the Yang family was scattered." Jiang Changkong sneered and said with certainty, "Impossible. I am the only one left of the Yang family." "What scattered bloodline? It's all a bunch of fakes. Are you willing to become the Heavenly God of Justice in the Celestial Court?" The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor asked. "Heavenly Emperor saved my life. Yang Yushu is willing to serve Heavenly Emperor." Jiang Changkong hurriedly said, "Very well. You shall become the Heavenly God of Justice. Men, bring the Heavenly God of Justice to rest." the celestial court's heavenly emperor ordered. Soon, an immortal emperor arrived and brought Jiang Changkong to rest in the palace. The celestial court's heavenly emperor's eyes flashed coldly. The bloodline of the Yang family. What does the immortal spirits want to do? Is this Yang Yushu really not from the immortal spirits? Jiang Changkong came to a palace and sat cross-legged to rest. He had expended a lot of energy on the journey. There were people waiting outside the palace. If there was a need, he only needed to give an order, and these people would do it. After resting for a day, Jiang Changkong recovered to his peak state. He started to count his harvest. The ferocious beasts of the reincarnation plate. Essence, energy, and spirit, 43 million. The immortal, venerable realm was right in front of him. Jiang Changkong hurriedly perfected his innate, chaotic Tao body and stepped into the immortal, venerable realm. Lu Qian felt the increase in his strength. He looked at the heavenly Tao fragments, blessing with envy. If they had the blessing of the heavenly Tao, they would not have lost to the immortal spirits so easily. Chapter 765. Immortal emperors carried the essence of laws and were true exalted immortals. Only by returning to the innate realm could one transform. Immortal venerables were at the end of the immortal Tao. Immortal venerables were the true peak of the immortal world in this era where sages didn't appear. An aura of supremacy, and supremacy naturally emanated from him. Every immortal venerables were unique. They broke away from the essence of laws and broke through again. They were second only to sages. The divine power in his body was also transforming. Every drop was condensed from endless immortal power. Above the immortal court, immortal energy dragons entered the palace and entered Jiang Changkong's body, turning into divine power. The heavenly Tao descended. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground to celebrate the birth of an immortal venerable. In the high heaven palace of the immortal court, the heavenly emperor was shocked. Yang Yushu's breakthrough attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary immortal emperors wouldn't attract the attention of the heavenly Tao when they became immortal venerables. Could it be that what Yang Yushu said was true? Yang Yushu was the Yang family's bloodline and the others were fake? During this time, there were people with the Yang family's bloodline who broke through, but none of them attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Only Yang Yushu. Jiang Changkong didn't know about this. If he did, he could only say that the celestial emperor was overthinking. The reason why he attracted attention was most likely because he killed too many chaos beasts and not because of the Yang family's bloodline. If it was just because of the bloodline, the others wouldn't be treated badly. As Jiang Changkong broke through, the green light in his body took the initiative to nourish his soul. His originally incomplete and weak divine soul, at this moment, became tyrannical and powerful. He carefully felt the green light. It was full of mysteries and contained an aura. It was more special than any divine rune he had seen before. The heavenly Tao fragments' support allowed him to transform quickly. Golden Crow laws, Chaos Tao body, mystic arts all changed. 8 revolutions, mystic art. The divine power in his body fused with the green light and laws, turning into 8 green lines. They were like 8 divine pillars, absorbing all of their divine power and supporting his body. The immortal energy dragons were endless. The strange scene shocked the entire heavenly realm. All the immortal venerables in the heavenly realm looked at the celestial court with shock. The heavenly emperor of the immortal court didn't conceal it. He wanted the other forces to know that Yang Yushu had broken through. The heaven realm's immortals and gods first received news about Yang Yushu, which was why they paid so much attention to him. Now that Yang Yushu had returned and broken through to become an immortal venerable, he had even caused such a huge phenomenon. Deeply favored by the heavenly Tao, heavenly court's heavenly emperor summoned Yang Mo. Do you really not know this Yang Yushu? No idea. Yang Mo shook his head. The heavenly court's celestial emperor's gaze turned cold. This Yang Yushu isn't one of your people? I'm not sure. Yang Emo was lost. He really didn't know anything. He was also very puzzled about where Yang Yushu came from. If I find out that Yang Yushu is also your people, don't blame me for slaughtering you all. Heavenly Court's Heavenly Emperor said in a cold voice. Yang Mo's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Celestial Darch, we absolutely support you. That Yang Yushu is definitely a fake. Don't play tricks from ancient times. I'm not that little immortal from back then. Heavenly Court's Celestial Darch said coldly, If I lose, don't think about it. Celestial Darch, even if the Yang family has to sacrifice everything, we will support Celestial Darch to unify the heaven realm. Yang Emo said solemnly. Then get ready. I don't want to wait any more. Heavenly Court's Celestial Darch said coldly. Yes. Yang Mo's expression was heavy as he retreated. Could that Yang Yushu really be the bloodline of the Yang family that escaped back then? The heavenly Tao clearly favored Yang Yushu more. This matter needed to be verified by someone to determine Yang Yushu's true identity. The other forces also looked in the direction of the immortal court in shock, watching Jiang Changkong, who was breaking through. Inside the immortal court's palace, Jiang Changkong's transformation was still continuing, becoming an immortal venerable. Even with the support of the heavenly Tao, one couldn't succeed in a short time. The heavenly Tao's phenomenon continued until 2 days passed before it dissipated. Jiang Changkong also officially stepped into the immortal venerable realm, reaching the peak of the immortal world. Boom! The heavenly Tao sent down a thumb-thick lightning bolt, landing on his head and then leaving. The immortal venerables. Wasn't this too biased? Just for show, going through the motions? Jiang Changkong felt that the heavenly Tao was too biased, but this bias was good. The heavenly Tao is indeed fair. You killed the chaotic beasts and have done a meritorious deed, so it naturally won't make things difficult for you, Lu Qian said in his body. Is that so? Jiang Changkong didn't deny it and looked at his own data. Jiang Changkong, early immortal, venerable 8th revolution mystic art, basic 1/2. 5 million connate chaotic Tao body, basic 1/2. 5 million golden crow immortal sutra, basic 1/31250 essence, energy, spirit, 1. 17 million. Jiang Changkong thought about it and didn't break through to the golden crow immortal sutra for the time being. He stood up. The immortal court's heavenly Darch had already contacted him. Jiang Changkong turned into a ray of light and came to the cloudy palace of the golden arches. He bowed and said, Heavenly God of Justice Yang Yushu greets the heavenly Darch. You should be the immortal venerable of justice now. The immortal court's heavenly Darch smiled and said, From today onwards, I will grant you the power of law enforcement. You can go anywhere in the immortal court. Thank you, heavenly Darch. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and said, Go. If you are curious, you can interact with the heavenly court's Yang family. The immortal court's heavenly Darch said, Yes. Jiang Changkong turned and left. Was he asking him to find trouble with the heavenly court's Yang family? Since he was back, he should take a good look. Also, the identity of the immortal court's immortal venerable of justice was not bad. After leaving the immortal court, an immortal emperor followed him. It was an old acquaintance, Xie Tianshi, immortal venerable of justice. Xie Tianshi said respectfully, Immortal venerable has just returned to the heavenly world and is not familiar with it yet. The heavenly Darch has ordered me to lead the way for immortal venerable of justice. Thank you, Jiang Changkong said. Where does immortal venerable want to go? Xie Tianshi asked. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. Anywhere. This venerable doesn't know where to go. Let's go to Mount Buzhou's barrier first. Although we can enter, we can feel the divine might of Mount Buzhou. Xie Tianshi suggested. Jiang Changkong nodded. Okay. The two headed towards Mount Buzhou's barrier. Xie Tianshi asked curiously, Immortal venerable, can you tell me about your experiences in the primal chaos? How have you been living all these years? In the primal chaos, there is only danger and terror. Jiang Changkong took a deep breath and said, we can encounter immortal spirits and primal chaos beasts at any time. As for the ancient immortal god bloodline, he didn't mention anything about it. Xie Tianshi was very interested in this and kept asking. Jiang Changkong didn't get impatient. Soon, the two arrived in front of the barrier. Touching the golden barrier, Jiang Changkong still couldn't move it. He showed an appropriate amount of shock on his face. After looking at it, just as the two were about to leave, the barrier rippled and a figure appeared. There was a familiar bloodline reaction and the aura of the immortal venerable of justice. Jiang Changkong turned around with a strange look in his eyes. You are from the Yang family? It was a young peak immortal king with 3 eyes. His bloodline was activated and a tall divine figure appeared behind him. Yang family's bloodline. The young immortal king frowned slightly. The restrictions in his divine soul were also reacting. This Yang Yushu in front of them should also be one of their people. However, why would he act alone? Lord Immortal Spirit had other arrangements. Chapter 766. Immortal King didn't understand. Lord Immortal Spirit wouldn't inform them of many things. Now, this Yang Yushu was obviously one of their people. Yang family Yang Yushu. Jiang Changkong placed his hands behind his back and said, You do have Yang family bloodline. Is that Yang Mo your family head? Lord Yang Mo, please gather in the chaos. Immortal King said and entered the barrier. Now that something had happened, it was better to let the mid-stage immortal venerable Yang Mo investigate personally. Justice Immortal Venerable. Xie Tianshi looked at him and said in confusion, You all have Yang family bloodline. Go back first. I will go to the chaos. Jiang Changkong said. Xie Tianshi left respectfully and didn't ask to follow. Jiang Changkong turned into light and entered the chaos. As soon as he left, Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor followed. Celestial Court and Demon Court's Heavenly Emperors also entered the chaos. Mystic Shen, Celestial Venerable, and Peng Lai went too. In the hazy chaos, Yang Mo sat cross-legged. The heavenly eye on his forehead opened and divine light flickered. Jiang Changkong stepped into the chaos and came in front of Yang Mo. You want to support Celestial Court? Yang Mo said calmly. Jiang Changkong asked indifferently, Where did you guys come from? Yang Mo frowned. He was just here to check if there were any changes. But this Yang Yushu asked where he came from. Chaos main family, Yang Mo said. Jiang Changkong said. Back then, the Yang family bloodline had many ancient immortal god bloodlines. I was the only one left. How could there be a main family? Yang Mo's expression changed. Which branch are you from? Traders? I have been in the chaos for countless years, slaying immortal spirits, slaughtering beasts, and seeing some complete worlds. That is why I have the ancient immortal god bloodline. Jiang Changkong said coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Mo's expression was cold and killing, intent surged. The heavenly eye on his forehead shot out. It seems like you're the same as them. Jiang Changkong snorted and retreated, dodging the divine light. Boom! Wherever the divine light landed, the primal chaos was turbulent and turbulent. Jiang Changkong did not make a move and directly entered the heaven realm. The 3-pointed double-edged sword cut through the chaos. Yang Mo's murderous intent surged. You sinner of the Yang clan. I remember. You betrayed the Yang clan. What a joke. You guys have the cheek to call yourselves descendants of the Yang clan? Jiang Changkong retreated rapidly. After all, he was only pretending to be Yang Yushu and was temporarily an ordinary immortal venerable. If his performance was too strong, the surrounding immortal venerables would most likely guess that it was him. Boom! The void of the heavenly realm was torn apart, and Jiang Changkong quickly dodged. A ray of golden light swept past, and Yang Mo was sent flying. The celestial emperor of the immortal court appeared. We just met. Why did you start fighting? We're all of the Yang bloodline. It's not good for us to kill each other. The divine court's celestial emperor appeared. The demon Narch also said we should be working together to fight against the celestial spirits. How can we kill each other? Yang Mo's expression was gloomy. Yang Yushu is a traitor of the Yang clan. He defected to the celestial spirits. What a joke! I slaughtered many chaotic beasts and was rewarded by the heavenly Tao. Jiang Chongkong sneered. Are you worried that I will say it? Yang Mo, do you dare to say what's in those small worlds? Why not? The small worlds are where the Yang clan's bloodline gathers. Yang Mo said coldly. Jiang Chongkong said coldly more than that. Why didn't you mention anything about the chaotic beasts you served? Bullshit. We only know how to kill chaotic beasts. Serve? What a joke. Yang Mo said angrily, defected to the celestial spirits and want to frame our Yang clan? Both sides have their own version of events. Let's stop for now and let the celestial emperors investigate. The demon Narch said plainly. Let's go. The celestial emperor of the immortal court left with Jiang Chongkong. The other immortal venerables left one after another. Yang Mo snorted. He was unwilling, but he could only return. How could an early-stage immortal venerable avoid his attacks? If he couldn't kill him directly, how would he dare to say it? Could he say that the Yang clan's bloodline was a descendant of an ancient immortal god? Wasn't he afraid of being punished by the celestial spirits? Or was it a show arranged by the celestial spirits to send them to their graves? Yang Mo couldn't figure out what Yang Yushu was thinking. Through the bloodline stimulation and the restriction, he should be one of them. In the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, all the immortals retreated, leaving only the celestial emperor and Jiang Chongkong. Justice Immortal Venerable, you hid a lot from me. The celestial emperor of the immortal court said solemnly. He said he didn't know Yang Mo and the others, but he was exposed the moment they met. Jiang Chongkong said calmly, I have not seen the other Yang clan's bloodline, but have I seen the other ancient immortal god's bloodline? The celestial emperor frowned. Tell me the details. I have to start from the chaotic abyss left by sage Nuwa. Jiang Chongkong told him about the ancient immortal god's bloodline, the descendants of an ancient immortal god created by the celestial spirits. He didn't say anything about Lu Qian hiding it. The celestial emperor frowned. That means they are different from you. You are not created by the celestial spirits? That's right. I am of pure Yang clan's bloodline. I was the only one who escaped back then. Jiang Chongkong said. The celestial emperor said, the celestial spirits have restrictions on their souls. Do you dare to let me check? Of course. Jiang Chongkong kept the restrictions in his soul. It was fine as long as he didn't pry into his memories. A strand of immortal light entered Jiang Chongkong's body and searched his soul, but didn't sense any restrictions. If there were restrictions, his divine power would destroy the soul of the person before him. The celestial spirits created the descendants of an ancient immortal god. The celestial emperor frowned. What do the two celestial emperors think? The void rippled, and the beast emperor and celestial emperor of the celestial court appeared. Jiang Chongkong. These three had been hiding beside him all along. I believe his words. The beast emperor said. The celestial emperor frowned. I still have my doubts. Jiang Chongkong frowned. It is not appropriate for me to be here when the three celestial emperors are talking. I will take my leave. No rush. I still have questions for you. The celestial court celestial emperor said. Where did the ancient immortal gods go? I do not know. Saint Hutu only talked to a few half-sages. Jiang Chongkong repeated Lu Qian's words. What happened to the small worlds you saw in the chaos? They were all destroyed. Those that could not be destroyed, I could only retreat. The celestial court celestial emperor said. That means you know many small worlds. The celestial court, celestial emperor, and the beast emperor looked at him expectantly. If he could find those small worlds, would he be able to capture the chaos beasts and obtain the power of heaven? I do not know the exact location, but I can find them, Jiang Changkong said. With the chaos bone dragon in hand, he should be able to find the new small worlds and even their lair. The premise was that the world they were in had the remnant power of the tributary of time. Go and rest. I have something to discuss with the two celestial emperors. The celestial court, celestial emperor waved his hand. Jiang Changkong left the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. What do you think? Is this Yang Yushu another method arranged by the celestial spirits? The celestial court, celestial emperor asked. It does not matter. The celestial spirits have already chosen the celestial court. The celestial court, celestial emperor said coldly, it is not like before. Chapter 767. Jiang Changkong did not know what they were talking about. He returned to the palace and sat cross-legged. The three celestial emperors discussed for 2 days before leaving. On this day, an celestial emperor came to his palace. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes. Celestial emperor, are you looking for me? Yang Yushu, which lord sent you here? Celestial emperor lowered his voice and asked coldly. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. You are from celestial spirit? Celestial emperor frowned and his expression darkened. Stop pretending. Lord has already given me the authority. If you don't say it, I can easily activate the restriction and destroy your soul. You can try, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Fine, you are seeking death. Celestial emperor snorted and a divine light shattered. However, Jiang Changkong was unharmed and just looked at him coldly. How is this possible? Celestial emperor was shocked. He had clearly activated the restriction and sensed that the person in front of him was one of their people. But why did it not work? Look behind you, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Celestial emperor's body stiffened and he slowly turned around. His face was filled with fear. Celestial court, celestial emperor. I really did not expect there to be an immortal spirit that the mountain river map could not find. Celestial emperor snorted, and a golden light suppressed the celestial emperor in front of him. The immortal spirit shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. Celestial emperor did not obtain the power of heaven. It is not an immortal spirit. Celestial emperor frowned. Obviously, there is a traitor, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Celestial emperor's expression was gloomy. Justice, celestial sovereign. Someone carved immortal characters on Mount Buzhou. When Moon God ascends to Taiyin, it will be the time when Celestial Court unifies Heaven Realm. What do you think about this? If Celestial Court unifies Heaven Realm, it will be the day of Heaven Realm's destruction. Jiang Changkong stood up and said indifferently, Yang Yushu will stand beside Celestial Emperor and fight against Celestial Court. I am worried that Celestial Court's power is no longer enough, Celestial Court, Celestial Emperor said solemnly. Why not strike first and gain the upper hand? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. I also want to make the first move, but the Immortal Court alone is not enough to take down the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor of the Immortal Court sighed. Jiang Changkong frowned. What about the Demon Court and the Divine Court? Who will be the main force? The Heavenly Emperor of the Immortal Court asked with a heavy expression. Jiang Changkong said solemnly, this matter concerns the survival of the Heaven Realm. Those two Heavenly Emperors should know how serious it is. Joining forces is the best strategy. Sigh. The Heavenly Emperor of the Immortal Court sighed and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Court. The situation is complicated. I hope the two Heavenly Emperors can understand. Jiang Changkong did not speak anymore. Previously, the Demon Emperors, they all came over. These 3 Heavenly Emperors should have joined forces long ago. He was only a judicial immortal venerate. He really did not know what to do. However, he could get the Fiend Monarch to probe the Fiend Arch. After the Heavenly Emperor of the Immortal Court left, Jiang Changkong continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. The demon sovereign also left the demon imperial palace and headed towards the demon's sovereign palace. The fiend monarch was drinking wine and seemed to be in a good mood. "Brother, you are here. Sit." "Big brother, the immortal characters of the heavenly court have appeared in Buzhou Mountain again. Recently, the Yang family bloodline has returned. The situation is not good," the fiend monarch said. The fiend monarch's expression sank. "Brother, you are right. I also thought of striking first and gaining the upper hand. However, the heavenly court is too strong. The demon court might not be able to take them down. What if we join forces with the immortal court and the divine court?" the fiend monarch asked. "Those two heavenly emperors are very cunning. They want the demon court to charge and weaken the demon court." The fiend monarch sneered. The fiend monarch thought for a moment and asked, "Then, do you have a way to deal with it?" "Brother, don't worry. I have already started to migrate back to the celestial world to develop," the fiend monarch said calmly. The fiend monarch. "Fine, you don't want to tell me. Go back to the celestial world to develop? Who are you trying to fool?" The fiend monarch said proudly, "Brother, don't worry. Ever since the primordial era, the monster race has not been wiped out. I know how to hide well." "Why do you sound so arrogant when you talk about hiding?" The demon emperor smiled faintly. "Big brother is extremely capable and can naturally ensure the survival of the demon race. However, Big brother must not forget to revive the demon court. I wouldn't dare to forget even for a single day. Second brother, let's drink." The demon emperor called out. He wasn't willing to talk too much. The demon emperor didn't say anything else. He drank a few cups of wine and left. The monster Tharch chuckled and looked in the direction of the heavenly court with anticipation. Just as he returned to the Demon King's palace, the jade token flashed and a message came. "Demon King, save me. Toda is willing to be loyal to Demon King forever." "Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, what's wrong with you?" The demon emperor was startled. Why did he suddenly ask for help? "I can't stay in the Sky Court any longer. I haven't dared to return to the Sky Court for 7 days. I'm now near the barrier of Mount Buzhou. Demon King, please take me in." Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said with a hint of anxiety and fear. The demon emperor said, "Then come over here." "Thank you, Demon King." Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King was overjoyed. Jiang Changkong ordered Northern Demon to welcome Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Half a day later, Northern Demon brought the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King to the Demon Imperial Palace. "Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, why are you in such dire straits?" Jiang Changkong looked at pagoda-bearing Heavenly King in surprise. The long robe and golden armor from before had now turned into ordinary clothes. His face was pale and haggard. His hair was messy, and there were some weeds and dust on it. "Demon King, the heavenly court has changed." Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King said bitterly, "Ever since the Yang family's bloodline returned, the heavenly court has gone crazy." "Tell me in detail," Jiang Changkong said. "Ever since the Yang family's bloodline returned, some of the immortals in the heavenly court became their food. Some immortal kings went to find Celestial Tharch, but no one came back alive. A few days ago, I was in Mount Buzhou and saw the Yang family's immortal kings eating the immortals' corpses. They are even more evil than the evil demons." Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's eyes flashed with fear. "I don't dare to return to the heavenly court anymore. I've been hiding in Mount Buzhou, afraid that they will find me." The demon emperor frowned. "What about Heavenly King Ziwei?" Heavenly King Ziwei is close to Celestial Tharch and has a good relationship with the Yang family. The Yang family agreed to help him get Ziwei a mortal position. Now, Heavenly King Ziwei is also on their side, helping them prepare immortals. The demon emperor. What a madman. The Celestial Tharch of the heavenly court has gone crazy. The demon emperor sighed. If the heavens want them to die, they will make them go crazy. However, it was not the heavens that wanted the heavenly court to die. It was the heavenly court that asked for it. The demon emperor did not know why the three courts had been enduring and did not attack the heavenly court. What about Xilon and Fairy Yushua? Jiang Changkong asked. The two fairies are fine. Fairy Yushua is preparing to ascend to the lunar star. She will take Fairy Xilon with her. The heavenly court is no longer suitable for the two fairies. They can only choose to leave. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king said in a low voice, I heard that the Yang family is still thinking about Moon Goddess. Unfortunately, the demon emperor is not willing to attack the heavenly court. The demon emperor sighed. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king, stay here, I will protect you. Thank you, demon emperor. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king kowtowed. Sun Wuxing, take the heavenly king to rest and treat him well. Do not bully him, the demon emperor ordered. Yes, demon emperor. Sun Wuxing replied respectfully and left with pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Sun Wuxuan crossed his legs. Demon emperor, can this pagoda-bearing heavenly king be trusted? Let Wuxing watch him, the demon emperor said solemnly. I really do not understand the three celestial thearchs. Chapter 768. Inside the Yao King Palace, Sun Wuxuan played with the shrunken ocean godly needle. Yao King, think about it and know what they want to do. HM, the Yao King frowned. Sun Wuxuan grinned, showing his fangs. The ocean godly needle turned into two rays of golden light, forming two figures. One figure chewed on the other. Then a bolt of lightning struck down. The Yao King smiled. Immortal Emperor Wuxuan, why don't you just say it? The Yao King understood. It wasn't that the three courts didn't want to work together, but that they had done so long ago. They were waiting for heavenly court to go crazy, waiting for them to turn into evil demons. That way, they could harvest the power of heaven. But then, who knew how many immortals would die in the hands of heavenly court? How many people will be left in the heavenly realm after this purge? The Yao King sighed. Sun Wuxuan shook his head. As long as they can improve and obtain the power of heaven, they can sacrifice as many immortals as they want. How did these four become celestial emperors? The Yao King's expression was cold. Sun Wuxuan shook his head. He didn't know how they became celestial emperors. Now that the three courts didn't move, the Yao King couldn't do anything. His strength was not enough to fight heavenly court, not even with his main body. Unless they could speed up heavenly court's progress and make heavenly court act. Moon God. The Yao King thought about it, but felt it was impossible. The return of the Moon God was just a reminder. It couldn't make heavenly court act in advance. Yao King, something happened. The East Sea Dragon King's projection appeared on Mount Buzhou. Sun Yuan walked in and said respectfully, East Sea Dragon King? The Yao King asked, to be more specific. The East Sea Dragon King's projection appeared where the dragon egg disappeared. Although it can't be touched, the projection showed the news. The East Sea Dragon King wants the substitute Dragon King, Jiang Changkong, to ascend Mount Buzhou. Sun Yuan said, Jiang Changkong is far away in the chaos, and the barrier of Mount Buzhou is still there. Celestial emperors can't enter. The Yao King frowned. Sun Wuxuan said, the stately painting has been thrown out. Some forces are unwilling to clear the immortal spirits, causing us celestial emperors to be unable to cross the barrier. We have to deal with heavenly court first. The demon's sovereign sighed. He had already sensed that the mountain river map was in the heavenly court. After using it, the immortal slaying sect secretly handed it over to the heavenly court. Sun Yuan retreated. The demon emperor waved his hand and said, All of you rest. Let's see how long they can endure. On the immortal court side, the main body's incarnation Yang Yushu also didn't make any movements. Now they were all waiting, unwilling to make a move. The people of the Yang family also became more and more arrogant. Not only did the heavenly court, heavenly emperor, not punish them, but he also ordered his subordinates to prepare immortal divinities for them as food. Many immortal kings of the heavenly courts began to flee, hiding in Mount Bujo, betraying the heavenly courts and joining the three courts. If they were unlucky, they would be killed by the bloodline of the Yang clan in Bujo Mountain. The people of the three courts only accepted these celestial kings and did not fight with the bloodline of the Yang family. It was as if they had silently agreed to their actions. Jiang Changkong's main body was in the immortal court. He wanted to do something, but he didn't know what to do. The Yang family's area of activity was within the heavenly court's territory. They did not intrude into the immortal court's territory. He wanted to go and kill, but after entering, he might not be able to come out. Lu Qian, who was in his body, could only remain silent when he heard this news. "Old Lu, what do you think we should do now?" Jiang Changkong asked. In this situation, it was better not to come back and kill in the chaos. Lu Qian did not answer. He closed his eyes and sank into his divine power. Time passed. Another month passed. Rumble. On this day, the heavenly realm shook. In the direction of the heavenly court, thick cold energy fell on the heavenly realm. The cold energy, the power of the moon star. The moon star erupted with dazzling divine light. Silver-white moonlight enveloped the entire heavenly realm. "Moon god, it's time to go to the moon." Jiang Changkong looked in the direction of the heavenly court. A fairy in a white dress stepped on the moonlight and floated toward the moon star. She looked down at the heavenly court. There was disgust, reluctance, and deep fear. The sky was filled with the resplendent light, celebrating the return of the moon god. The previous moon god brought Fairy Xylan to the moon star before her. "If I take this step, perhaps it will be eternity." Jiang Changkong sighed softly, guarding the moon star forever. Unless the heavenly Tao was destroyed or the heavenly Tao gave up on her, she would be free. Now the immortals and gods pursued immortal positions. They wanted to be like the ancient immortals and be favored by the heavens. However, the price to pay for great power was much greater than cultivating on his own. Rumble. The return of the moon god shook the heavenly court. The entire heavenly court received a portion of the power of heaven. The celestial arch received even more. Fairy Yushue's figure slowly disappeared in the moonlight. Some powerful figures peered through space to spy on the moon star. The empty moon palace was left with only the cold. Fairy Yushue entered the moon palace. Fairy Xylan and the previous moon god had been waiting for a long time. "Congratulations, moon god, on returning to the moon star," the moon god said coldly. Fairy Yushue opened her mouth. She suddenly had a bad feeling. "Master, you've already guessed it." The previous moon god's eyes turned cold. Her figure slowly dissipated. "It's time for me to leave." "Why? Am I the only one left?" Fairy Yushue clutched the moon god's hand tightly, unwilling to let her leave. "I have my own path. My main body is still alive. I want to find it." The moon god said calmly, "After teaching you, there is no need for me to stay. Take care." "Master, I've lost everything. Only you and Xylan are left." Yushue clutched hard. Her nails almost pierced into the moon god's wrist. The moon god's voice was still cold, but now there was a hint of ruthlessness. "The heavens have always been ruthless. You will get used to it." Her body completely dissipated. Only a speck of moonlight remained in the moon palace. Fairy Xylan stood at the side. Seeing this scene, her heart ached. She looked in the direction of the heavenly court. What would happen to her in the end? The moon god returned. The three courts prepared at the same time. The previous moon god's signal had been sent. They were going to attack and harvest the crazy heavenly court. Boom! The three courts erupted with extreme immortal light at the same time. Towering shadows of emperors stood proudly in the void. The celestial court raises its army and declares war on the heavenly court. The demons of the demon court declare war on the heavenly court. The gods of the celestial court declare war on the heavenly court and slay the demons. The three celestial emperors stood up at the same time. At this time, they finally could not hold it in anymore. Powerful auras and immortals gathered into an army of immortals. They were vast and endless. Where the demon court was, tens of thousands of demons bowed. The demon army had long been prepared. In the celestial court army, many gods gathered. Ji Chang'an, who had become an immortal emperor, led a group of soldiers. In the celestial court army, Jiang Changkong also led a group. Boom! In the direction of the heavenly court, a terrifying wave of air swept through half of the heavenly realm. A towering figure appeared and looked down on the entire heavenly realm. You think I don't know what you are planning? A celestial emperor has become a demon. You have ultimately chosen the wrong path. The demon emperor said coldly, "Don't you find it funny to say this between us?" The heavenly court celestial emperor mocked. "The heavenly Tao is with me. Even if I face the three of you alone, I can still win." Chapter 769. Jiang Changkong led 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and 3 immortal emperors to attack Heavenly Court's barrier. Back then, the barrier was destroyed by an immortal venerable's palm. Kill! Heavenly Court's army had been waiting for a long time, but Jiang Changkong met Yang Mo. The current Yang Mo was no longer as ethereal as before. The judicial immortal aura on his body was about to dissipate. The heavenly Tao wasn't blind. It celebrated the return of the ancient bloodline, but the heavenly Tao couldn't tolerate the return of evil demons. "Yang Yushu, no one can save you today." Yang Mo's expression was ferocious and murderous. He was certain that Jiang Changkong was a traitor, and a traitor must be eliminated. Battle in the primal chaos. Jiang Changkong tore the void and entered the primal chaos. In a battle between immortal venerables, every move had supreme power and could easily destroy the world. In the gray, primal chaos, tens of thousands of chaotic qi rushed over. Jiang Changkong's aura spread and suppressed the primal chaos. Yang Mo's third eye light shone. The heavenly eye light carried the power of destruction. Jiang Changkong's heavenly eye radiated divine light, but it didn't have the power of the netherworld. He suppressed the power of the heavenly eye and secretly activated the primal chaos golden body. Boom! The 2 heavenly eye lights dissipated at the same time, stirring up chaotic turbulence. The 3-pointed, double-edged saber tore the turbulence apart. The might of an immortal venerable was supreme. Jiang Changkong sneered and struck out with a palm strike filled with boundless divine light. Clang! The weapons clashed and divine power spread. Both sides were pushed back. Gray, chaotic blood splattered. His essence, chi, and spirit were all added to the Golden Crow immortal scripture. He stepped into the middle stage of immortal venerable. Not bad, but not enough. Yang Mo's saber slashed down with the power to destroy the world. "You're not enough." Jiang Changkong snorted and raised his palm again. His aura rose rapidly and reached the peak of the early stage immortal venerable. Boom! With boundless divine power, the 2 of them manifested their 10,000 Zhang bodies at the same time. Stepping into the immortal venerable realm, Jiang Changkong didn't need to fear the intermediate immortal venerable Yang Mo, even if he didn't use the samsara disc. When his golden crow immortal scripture stepped into the intermediate immortal venerable realm, he would be able to easily suppress this person. The divine power in his body increased rapidly, transforming into chaos divine power. The 3-pointed, double-edged saber, the saber radiance could split the heavens and earth, and it could cut through the primal chaos. A grade 8 immortal artifact, slashed down with thousands of saber lights. Jiang Changkong's divine power was like the Milky Way, pouring down to protect him. All the saber lights that got close to him were unable to break through the descending divine power and turned into ashes. "Your strength has actually become stronger." Yang Mo's expression turned cold. He could still cut through Jiang Changkong's palm at the start, But now his blade energy was unable to break through his divine power and injure Jiang Changkong. I've said it before, you're not enough. Jiang Changkong's right palm landed on the saber, forcing Yang Mo to take 3 steps back. His 10,000-foot body staggered in the chaos and was already at a disadvantage. As for Jiang Changkong, his aura was getting stronger and stronger, already at the peak of the early immortal venerable realm. Yang Mo's expression changed, and there was already a hint of retreat in his heart. This didn't seem like someone who had just broken through to the early immortal venerable realm. This fella's strength was above him. Jiang Changkong's strength rose again, and the heavenly Tao fragment was still supporting him. The Golden Crow Immortal Scripture's transformation speed was much faster than his mystic art and Tao body. From the looks of it, he only needed half a day to complete the transformation and suppress Yang Mo. Seeing that Jiang Changkong was already at the peak of the early immortal venerable realm, and his aura still hadn't stopped, Yang Mo was a little afraid. Previously, he wasn't the peak of the early immortal venerable realm and was only slightly weaker than him, let alone now. Actually, Yang Mo was just scaring himself. Although the Golden Crow Immortal Scripture was a high-grade immortal scripture, it wasn't as terrifying as the mystic art and Tao body. It wouldn't increase his strength by much, unless he broke through to the next realm. Buzz! A special aura shook and Yang Mo's expression changed. Sage artifact! Boom! As soon as he said that, Jiang Changkong's fist landed on his body. Divine power entered his body, and with the suppression of the sage artifact, Yang Mo was heavily injured. The sage artifact appeared and Yang Mo was shocked. He finally knew who the person in front of him was. However, he couldn't bring it out. The sage artifact stabilized the chaos and suppressed him. Under such circumstances, Yang Mo could only be defeated. Jiang Changkong's fists and palms landed continuously, and the 3-pointed, double-edged saber was also shaking and cracks appeared. Even a grade 8 immortal artifact couldn't withstand his attacks. Yang Mo was shocked and furious. He activated his bloodline power, and a tall divine image appeared behind him, and his aura actually increased. You are simply insulting your ancestors. Jiang Changkong's palm landed, and the 3-pointed, double-edged saber buzzed, and his huge body flew out, facing Jiang Changkong and the reincarnation disc. Unless he also had a sage artifact, he could forget about resisting Jiang Changkong. Yang Mo's gaze was fierce, and his hair was disheveled. There was also a crack on his immortal body. Jiang Changkong, you are not qualified to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light erupted from Yang Mo's body. Yang Mo's aura was also increasing, and the reincarnation disc suppression suddenly dissipated. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. Yang Mo's aura was almost at the peak of a mid-stage immortal venerable. However, he didn't care. Under the reincarnation disc's activation, it was enough to suppress and kill him. However, the battlefield might change now. Am I qualified? A cold voice was heard, and a jade-like hand grabbed Yang Mo's neck. She wore a white dress, and her face was covered by a veil. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Moon goddess! Yang Mo was terrified. The moon goddess was clearly just a remnant soul. So how could she easily suppress a mid-stage immortal venerable like him? Even if her main body was a half-sage, it was impossible for a divine soul to have such strength. Under his horrified gaze, the cold ice sealed Yang Mo. Jiang Changkong retracted his aura, and the transformation continued. The moon goddess tossed the interspatial ring to Jiang Changkong. Thank you, moon goddess. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. Moon goddess's strength is really unexpected. He used to think that a divine soul could be at the peak of an immortal emperor. When they met again, he thought that it was an immortal venerable. Now it seemed that it was at least a late-stage immortal venerable, or even more terrifying. The ice dissipated, and Yang Mo also dissipated. A mid-stage immortal venerable didn't even resist. He disappeared just like that. The moon goddess said coldly, "It's all thanks to the stately painting. It contains the main body's power that Hutu brought back." "Where is the moon goddess's main body now? How strong is it?" Jiang Changkong asked quickly. "I don't know." The moon goddess shook her head. "Now I will search in the chaos. You stay in the heavenly realm and cultivate." "Moon goddess, are you leaving just like that? Your strength shouldn't be weaker than a celestial emperor, right?" Jiang Changkong probed. "I am only the moon goddess, and I hope that you can remember that you are only the heavenly god of justice. You only see the good side, and some of the responsibilities you might not be willing to bear." The moon goddess walked into the chaos, and her figure gradually disappeared. Responsibilities? I never said that I would always bear the responsibility. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and took out the interspatial ring. "My thoughts are somewhat different from yours." Then he stepped into the heavenly realm and came to the battlefield. The immortals were still fighting crazily, and one by one, the immortals disappeared without a trace. Jiang Changkong opened the heavenly book of justice inside his body and made hand seals to summon thousands of lightning bolts. This was the lightning technique taught by Lu Qian. It was pretty good, and it could also hide one's identity. Yang Mo didn't return, and Heavenly Court already knew the result. Chapter 770. Jiang Changkong looked at the heavenly book. It only struck the guilty ones. Because of Heavenly Court's messing around, many demons had been raised. "Yang Mo is dead. Surrender, and you may be spared." Jiang Changkong's voice was like thunder resounding in the sky. "Kill, for Heavenly Emperor's cause, never surrender." A loud shout rang out as an immortal emperor's sword light killed an immortal king. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, killing the immortal emperor. "You are all innocent." Heavenly Court's heavenly emperor went against the heavenly Tao and killed himself. "If you don't surrender, you won't be able to live." Jiang Changkong persuaded again. "Kill, don't listen to him. Heavenly Court will win. It's just Yang Mo." The immortals were still fighting. An immortal venerable's death wasn't enough to make them surrender. Courting death. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He didn't have the patience to persuade these immortals. With Yang Mo dead, if Heavenly Court didn't send a new immortal venerable, they would lose for sure. With the transformation over, Jiang Changkong looked at his stats. Jiang Changkong, Intermediate Immortal Venerabilite Refinement Mystical Art Beginner 1/2. 5,000,000 Innate Chaotic Tao Body Beginner 1/2. 5,000,000 Golden Crow Immortal Scripture Beginner 1/1562500 Essence Energy Spirit 788,280 Heaven's power was still increasing. Jiang Changkong only converted a bit, still 10-1. He wasn't in a hurry to convert everything. Yang Mo's resources were lacking. 8th grade, middle grade immortal stones. 30, low grade 73. Essence, energy, spirit. 13300. He couldn't count on resources anymore, so he had to count on Heaven's power. Heaven's power was the main source. On the other side, Monster Emperor was also searching for the guilty immortals with the Heavenly Book of Justice. Even if Monster Emperor and the others were raising demons, they needed a pair of eyes that could find them. With the Heavenly Book of Justice, Jiang Changkong and Monster Emperor could accurately find out who was guilty. Rays of sun fire burned the guilty immortals. As for the immortal venerable, he was brought to the chaos by Flower and Fruit Mountain Immortal Venerable. The strength of a demon sovereign was enough to sweep the entire battlefield. The power of heaven quickly increased, and the demon emperor instructed Sun Wuxuan to kill the sinful immortal gods and obtain the power of heaven. Sun Wuxuan had been stuck at the peak of the immortal emperor realm for many years. He needed some enlightenment to become an immortal sovereign. However, Sun Wuxuan had stored away the power of heaven, not using it. "Immortal Emperor Wu Xian, what are you doing?" The demon emperor was confused. Sun Wuxuan said, I don't want to rely on the power of heaven. If I can reach mixed essence, I will follow in heaven's equal's footsteps and leave the heaven realm." The demon sovereign didn't say anything else. The power of heaven was great, and he couldn't wait to have more of it. It was the same for the 4 celestial emperors. If they wanted to prove their Tao on their own and become a primordial chaos saint, it was not something that ordinary people could do. If he didn't have the ability to level up, he had no confidence at all. The war continued. The demon emperor slaughtered the celestial emperors and collected their resources. Divine flames burned the sinful celestial gods. Unfortunately, there were not many immortal emperors, and only a few immortal gods had sinned. As time passed, thousands of immortals perished every second. The celestial court's army was forced to retreat. On the heavenly court side, they did not send any stronger immortal venerables, nor did they send any reinforcements. Only at night did the war stop. Jiang Changkong calculated the power of heaven he had obtained. All added up, he had more than 5 million power of heaven and 500,000 essence, chi, and spirit. The demon sovereign's income was about the same. All the celestial venerables added up was enough for his Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to reach the late stage. Jiang Changkong told his subordinates to set up camp. He pardoned Tianshi to report to the celestial emperor. He merged with heaven and earth and went to see the demon sovereign. After obtaining the power of heaven, Jiang Changkong's power of heaven was almost 2 million. He entered the chaos and began to improve, reaching the late stage of celestial venerable. In the chaos, the laws of the Golden Crow evolved, reaching the late stage of celestial venerable. Jiang Changkong felt that he was likely to be the biggest winner in dealing with the heavenly court this time. If he could improve the laws of the Golden Crow to perfection, the limit of celestial venerable, then he wouldn't even need to fear the 4 celestial emperors. At that time, he would have the strength and energy to play with these celestial emperors. With the support of the laws of the heavenly Tao, the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra only evolved at dawn. In one night, the war in the heaven realm stopped. Jiang Changkong, late stage celestial venerable 8th revolution mystic art, basic 1/2. 5 million Khanate chaotic Tao body, basic 1/2. 5 million Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, Desheng 1/7. 812 500 essence energy spirit 240640 feeling the power in his body. Jiang Changkong left a clone to find the demon sovereign while he absorbed the chaotic energy to recover his divine power. He kept stuffing immortal pills into his mouth, and his divine power recovered quickly. The power of a late-stage celestial venerable entered his body, but the demon sovereign didn't show it. He was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of celestial venerable. The sky had just brightened, and thousands of immortals appeared on the heavenly court's side again. The war started again. The armies of the 3 courts won yesterday and collected many spoils of war. Today, their morale increased greatly. Boom! However, as soon as they fought, an immortal king felt that something was wrong. The heavenly court immortal in front of him was much stronger than yesterday. Upon contact, the violent power directly forced the immortal king back, and his blood splattered on Changkong. Kill! An immortal emperor shouted angrily, and a sword light swept thousands of miles. Even the divine power of Mount Buzhou could not suppress his violent divine power. At this moment, the heavenly court's army showed their sharp fangs. Boom! A majestic power shook the world, tearing the void and cracking the earth. Early-stage celestial emperor was almost comparable to a mid-stage celestial emperor. The limit of a celestial emperor was far beyond the limit. Sun Wuxuan smashed down with his cudgel, and it was on par with a limit celestial emperor. And the other side did not have a sage artifact at all. How could this be? Sun Wuxuan's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Rumble. Wherever the heavenly court's immortal gods passed, everything was destroyed. No one could block one round. Immortal Emperor Wuxuan, come back. The demon sovereign's voice came from the palanquin, and a divine fire instantly burned a limit celestial emperor to ashes. The power of heaven entered his body, a mutated celestial emperor. Demon sovereign, Sun Wuxuan said in surprise. His demon sovereign was also abnormal. The demon sovereign said indifferently, they all mutated. They should have borrowed the power of the chaos beasts. Demon sovereign really has good eyesight. A cold voice came, and an immortal venerable appeared not far from the palanquin. Immortal Guang, Fa, also mutated. The demon sovereign's voice came, and the palanquin opened. Immortal Guang, Fa sneered. The demon sovereign is really unfathomable. You are actually an immortal venerable. Even the demon emperor didn't expect this, right? This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your heinous sins, how could I become an immortal venerable? The demon sovereign stepped out of the palanquin, and the surrounding void couldn't bear it, and slowly cracked, battle in the chaos. Good. Today, let me see how strong the demon sovereign is. Immortal Guang, Fa, smiled proudly, and directly stepped into the chaos. Demon sovereign. Sun Wuxuan was a little worried. Take them and retreat, and wait for my victorious return. The demon sovereign instructed, and then stepped into the chaos. In the chaos, Immortal Guang, Fa's aura rose, and it was already at the peak of the middle stage, and it was still rising. The demon sovereign held his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently, waiting for him to finally rise. Demon sovereign, you are really confident. Immortal Guang, Fa, snorted coldly, and 1,000 feet tall divine body appeared at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal venerable. His celestial might was vast, and the immortal Tao was supreme. The demon sovereign's expression was indifferent, and the sun god fire in his body burned fiercely, transforming into a great sun. Great sun burning heaven, golden crow ultimate art, and the surrounding chaos energy was evaporating. Chapter 771. The chaos energy evaporated, and so did the immortal power. Guang Fa was shocked. Before his palm even got close to Monster Emperor, the terrifying sun god fire nearly turned him into nothingness. You are late-stage immortal venerable. Guang Fa was terrified. Just how did this demon emperor cultivate? Back then, Jiang Changkong was only a peak immortal emperor before he left Heaven Realm. Now that Jiang Changkong had nowhere to go, the current monster emperor was even more terrifying. He was a late-stage immortal venerable. If Jiang Changkong didn't leave, would he also be a late-stage immortal venerable? Looks like your mutation won't allow you to cross the chasm, the beast dominator said calmly, and a chaotic golden crow appeared. The power of the chaos golden crow caused chaos. Guang Fa couldn't even escape and was suppressed. Monster Emperor carried Guang Fa and returned to the battlefield. Under the shocked gazes of the monsters, Guang Fa turned into ashes. Monster Emperor is mighty. Monster Emperor is invincible. Cries rang out. The retreating monsters' morale rose, and they turned around to counterattack. Kill! Monster Emperor activated the Chaos Bell fragment. When the bell rang, Heavenly Court's mutated army suffered countless casualties. The reward of heaven power almost made Monster Emperor unable to control himself and charge into Heavenly Court to start a massacre. On the other side, Jiang Changkong also entered the battlefield. Immortal Court's army was forced to retreat. An immortal venerable looked at him coldly. Long time no see. The battle of chaos. Jiang Changkong didn't say much and entered the chaos. The might of a late-stage immortal venerable. He was also a mutated immortal emperor and was now at the peak of late-stage immortal venerable. The late-stage immortal venerable said coldly, "Should I call you Jiang Changkong or Yang Yushu?" Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable. You can call me whatever you like. Jiang Changkong said calmly, "Anyways, you won't be able to leave alive. You think you hid well. You think Immortal Court's Heavenly Emperor can't guess your identity? Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Jiang Changkong, you want to borrow their power. They are also using you. What's the point of saying so much? You're still going to die later, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable raised his head slightly. I will give you one more chance, join Immortal Spirit. Your position will be second only to the Heavenly Emperor. What about you guys? Below me? Jiang Changkong scoffed. Us? Of course it's above Heavenly Emperors. Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable had an arrogant expression. This heaven domain will definitely be taken down by us. You and the 3 courts will not be able to stop us. Ridiculous. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. The reincarnation disc appeared. Since you know who I am, I won't hold back anymore. If it weren't for that piece of trash who failed to transform back then, you would have been long dead. He was at the peak of the late immortal venerable realm. His immortal aura shook the primordial chaos, as though a world-destroying fiend god had descended. Behind him, the phantom of a massive, chaotic, ferocious beast emerged. 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Changkong activated the reincarnation plate, and 6 paths appeared at the same time, exuding supreme, saintly might. The power of reincarnation was activated, and the chaos within 10,000 li was sealed. Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Only now did he realize that Jiang Changkong's strength was far from before. Late-stage Immortal Venerable, although he had not reached his limit, with the power of the reincarnation plate, he had far surpassed him. Boom! The 6 paths of reincarnation gathered into a fist, splitting heaven and earth. The world appeared and was destroyed under the fist. Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable was shocked. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist penetrated his body and heart. The chaos beast phantom behind him dissipated before it could release its power. You, disbelief. Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable did not expect that he would be instantly killed by one punch after becoming a peak late-stage Immortal Venerable after being strengthened by the chaos beast. You're too weak, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He suppressed Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable and brought him back to the heaven domain. Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable. How did this happen? How did this guy rush from the peak Immortal Emperor to late-stage Immortal Venerable in one go? With Golden Spirit Immortal Venerable's death, Jiang Changkong obtained another 500,000 heaven's power. The horn for counterattack sounded. Xia Tianshi led a group of immortals and attacked crazily. Jiang Changkong summoned lightning and killed a large number of these mutated immortal gods. He and the demon emperors side won almost all of them, but the rest of the army was defeated and fled crazily. The team led by Kuin Yu was killed and fled. In the end, a peak immortal venerable of the demon race took action, and the situation was resolved. But the peak immortal venerable did not last for long and was restrained by the peak immortal venerable of the heavenly court. Kuin Yu and the other demon race could only retreat to their lair and use the demon court's barrier to defend. A day passed. This time, the 3 courts suffered a crushing defeat. Jiang Changkong and the demon emperor's victory could only be considered as making the 3 courts lose not too badly. Beams of light descended and the demon race retreated back to the demon court. The demon emperor's divine sedan tore through the sky and brought back countless spoils of war. Kuin Yu and the other demon race watched jealously. Why did the demon emperor win when they all lost? The demon emperor is mighty. The demon emperor is invincible. The demon emperor is mighty, invincible. Shouts could be heard, and the sound waves shot into the sky. The demon emperor appeared, and the demons quietened down. Everyone, the heavenly court sent out mutant immortals this time. They are all evil demons and sinners. After killing them, you can obtain the power of heaven. The demon emperor is right. I have obtained a lot of power of heaven, said Sun Wuxuan. I will soon become a mid-stage immortal emperor, said Sun Li. The demon race all showed off that they had obtained the power of heaven. Kuan Yu and the other demon race felt more and more upset. You are openly showing off. Can't you consider our feelings? It's already frustrating enough to be beaten back. It's even more frustrating to see you show off. Demon Emperor, we obtained a lot of resources from this victory. We should hand over a portion to the heavenly court. Kuan Yu stood up. Since he felt bad, he wanted to disgust the Demon Emperor and make him feel bad. Bang! Kuan Yu was slapped down. Sun Wuxuan said coldly, the Demon Emperor won the battle, and the Demon Court should reward you. Why do you still have to hand it over? That's right. If we won, there will be no reward, and we still have to hand over resources. If we lost, there will be rewards. Then we will not go out tomorrow. The Demon Emperor's subordinates all shouted. The Demon Emperor raised his hand slightly, and the Demon Emperor stopped. With a faint smile, the Demon Emperor said, the resources are obtained by my brothers with their own abilities. I can't snatch the resources of my brothers who worked for me. However, I killed immortal Venerable Guang Fa today, so his resources will be given to the Demon Master. Demon Emperor, those are the resources of an immortal venerable. Sun Wuxuan hurriedly said, the Demon Master has sacrificed a lot for the heavenly court. I have offended you all along. Please forgive me. The Demon Emperor casually threw the spatial ring to the Demon Master. Kuan, you caught the ring and frowned. These are the resources to be handed over to the Demon Court's treasury. I am not taking them for myself. The Demon Emperor smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He had already given the resources to the Demon Emperor Palace. As for how Kuan Yu would deal with it, he couldn't be bothered. Sun Wuxuan was still a bit upset, but since the Demon Emperor had already given it, he couldn't say anything. The Demon Emperor ordered, go and rest. There might be a fierce battle tomorrow. After a day of fighting, the demon race had expended a lot of energy, and many of them were injured. The Demon Emperor wasn't stingy and gave them many pills to heal. Some immortal stones that he didn't need were also given to them, and some immortal emperors were also given. Chapter 772. On the immortal court side, the Celestial Arch also gave him a few words of encouragement and gave him a mid-tier 8th grade immortal artifact as a reward. Jiang Chongkong returned to the immortal palace and listened to Ji Tianshir's report about the other immortals' crushing defeat. None of the immortals had escaped. The 3 courts had suffered heavy losses. The heavenly court had already used the chaos beasts in the army of immortals. Their strength far surpassed theirs. The heavenly court had become a chaotic, demonic realm filled with sin. The Monster Emperor also saw the Monster Emperor. Brother, it is all thanks to you that the monster race did not suffer heavy losses, the Monster Emperor said solemnly. Brother, as the Monster Emperor, this is my responsibility, the Monster Emperor said calmly without claiming credit. The Monster Emperor smiled. I am deeply gratified that you have such intentions. I have decided that after we take down the heavenly court, I will betroth the heavenly court's princess to you. Brother, you must be joking. The heavenly court's princess might have become a sin now, the Monster Emperor said indifferently. Brother, you do not know. The current moon god is the heavenly court's princess. The Monster Emperor smiled. The Celestial Arch will not turn the moon god into a demon. The new moon god is the heavenly court's princess? The Monster Emperor paused and looked toward the moon palace. The Monster Emperor said, Brother, you really do not pay attention to such things. I have seen the moon god. She is not bad-looking and is a good match for you. Brother, you must be joking. I only have the monster race and the great Tao in my heart, the Monster Emperor said seriously. The Monster Emperor smiled without saying anything. The Monster Emperor stood up and returned to the Monster Emperor Palace. A wisp of divine power flew out and floated to the moon star. 2 fairies sat outside the moon palace under the cold moonlight, looking in the direction of the heavenly court. Jiang Chongkong did not hide his arrival. Jiang Chongkong. The two fairies stood up at the same time with a hint of surprise and sadness. Jiang Changkong opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "I am here. It is up to you. Sit." The two fairies invited him to sit. Lan entered the Moon Palace and took out some immortal fruits and a jar of immortal wine. "Try it. This is the lunar brew I brewed for the Moon God sect." Yushua poured him a cup. Jiang Changkong took a sip. It was lonely and cold. It wasn't strong and was very mild. It couldn't compare to the demon Thearka's collection. Moon God said that my brew is not up to standard. After a few thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years, I will be able to brew a qualified moon brew. Fairy Yushua said. Jiang Changkong looked at the wine cup. The real Tai-in brew, 1,000 years, 10,000 years can indeed pass. For thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, a single person guarding the extreme Yin could brew a qualified extreme Yin wine. At that time, the aura of loneliness, coldness, and coldness would be deeply felt. Fairy Yushua squeezed out a smile. "Are you all right? It's good to see you alive." "I'm fine. I'll be back from the primal chaos soon," Jiang Changkong replied. "You came back a long time ago, right?" Yushua poured another cup. "You should have come back when the heavenly court was in trouble. I don't understand. Why did the celestial emperor raise a daughter like you?" Jiang Changkong looked up at her and said seriously, "You are not suitable for the heavenly court." "None of us are suitable. Only you are." Lan said coldly, "The outcome has not been decided yet. Perhaps the heavenly court will win in the end." Jiang Changkong said softly, "Lan, I came here today just to see a friend, not to ridicule you." Fairy Yushua fell silent. Fairy Yushua picked up a spirit fruit. "Have a taste. Since we are friends, don't say too many things that will harm our friendship. We are already very happy that you came to see us." Fairy Yushua bit the fruit and couldn't stop her tears. Jiang Changkong, "Can you save my father's life?" "Be confident. Perhaps the heavenly court really will win," Jiang Changkong said. "The heavenly court can't win. The heavenly court still has power." Fairy Yushua said solemnly, "The heavenly court still has power." Jiang Changkong was startled. "What do you mean?" "Moon God didn't let me tell you before she left." Yushua sighed. "I don't want to hide it from you. The mountain river map contains a portion of Moon God's power and some news. I've seen Moon God. She obtained that power and is very strong," Jiang Changkong said as he took a bite of the fruit. Fairy Yushua's expression turned cold. "The power of the heavenly court never appeared. I asked Moon God when it would appear. Moon God didn't answer me and didn't tell me what power it was. She only said that she can't tell you." "Can't tell me? Why?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "I'm not sure. Moon God didn't explain. She mentioned this to Zhenxian, Celestial Venerable. She also said that she can't tell you," Fairy Yushua said. Jiang Changkong frowned. There was a hidden power. Why couldn't she tell him? Was there something special about him that would affect this power? Or could it be that Moon God didn't trust him and was worried that he would destroy it? Moonlight appeared on Fairy Yushua's fingertips. "I've heard about your matters in the mortal world. You have some friends, so I didn't tell them. I'm telling you so much because I hope you can save Heavenly King Ziwei." Jiang Changkong sighed. Maybe it's better not to save him. Heavenly King Ziwei was still daydreaming. If he found out that Ziwei was in his daughter's body, would he be able to accept it? The two fairies were silent. Jiang Changkong said, "Why don't you mention the celestial Darch? You can't save him. The three courts won't let him go. The heavenly Tao won't let him go either," Fairy Yushua said coldly. She knew very well that she could save anyone but the celestial Darch. The other three celestial Thearchs wouldn't let heavenly courts, celestial Darch live. The heavenly Tao wouldn't allow him to live either. This was unsolvable unless heavenly courts, celestial Darch escaped to the chaos and killed the chaos beasts. However, no one knew how much it would take to pay for the sin. The heavenly Tao would probably think that it was better to kill him. After drinking the moon brew, Jiang Changkong felt like he was drinking moonlight. He stood up and said calmly, "I want to be the celestial Dharch." The two were stunned. They looked up and said in disbelief, "You are the heavenly God of justice. How can you covet the position of the celestial Dharch?" "Because I want to build an eternal paradise, the holy land that heavenly God Hao Tian failed to complete. For my friends." Jiang Changkong's gaze seemed to penetrate the heavenly world, the celestial world, and the mortal world. "I have experienced too many hardships along the way. You have also seen many ugliness. I want to build the divine court's holy land, even if I have to create a new world in the future. My friends can be carefree and cultivate wholeheartedly. They don't have to experience hardships, and they won't have to face the danger of being refined into immortal pills. Is an eternal paradise possible?" The two fairies murmured, "It's not possible, it's certain. In the future, I will definitely build it, and it won't take long." Jiang Changkong said solemnly, "If that day comes, please remember to invite us to take a look." The two fairies looked slightly sad. Jiang Changkong said calmly, "When that time comes, you can live in it and become a part of the Holy Land until you reach primordial chaos. No one can restrain you." Yu Shui didn't say anything. Fairy Violet Orchid was silent. The moon god had to guard the moon star forever. This was her duty. Fairy Violet Orchid had already decided to accompany the moon god forever. They would stay on the moon star for eternity until the heavenly Tao collapsed and the moon was destroyed. Chapter 773. On the moon star, Jiang Changkong's incarnation dissipated. The demon sovereign pondered over the demon Thearka's words. Fairy Yushua, the combination of extreme yin and extreme yang? Did the demon emperor really have this intention, or did he really know his identity? If the other party didn't know his identity, shouldn't the combination of extreme yin and extreme yang be him, the demon Narch? Fairy Yushua was a moon god and a princess of the heavenly court. She was definitely worthy of the demon Narch. Then, what was the hidden power of the heaven realm that Yu Shui mentioned? Why didn't the previous moon god inform him? Ah, Zhanxian the celestial, it seems like they can't hide anymore. The demonic beast sovereign sighed. Zhanxian and Penglai were really determined not to interfere in the affairs of the heaven realm. After the war started, the two sects did not participate in it. For the time being, the immortal slaying sect didn't make any moves. It seemed like they weren't interested in who the sole celestial emperor was. He sensed that the mountain river map was still in the heaven realm. Back then, when the immortal slaying sect finished using it, they handed it over to the heavenly court. If they knew the identity of the main body, it would be troublesome. He hoped that he could reach the limits of an immortal emperor and challenge them. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian decided not to think too much about it. The next day, the war started again. The mutant army hadn't been beaten back yet. It was only because the three courts had strengthened the barrier that they were able to stop their attack. After a night's rest, the demons of the demon court had almost recovered. The war continued. Jiang Changkong and the demon emperor continued to crush the immortals and gods of the heavenly courts. The armies of the other three courts were defeated once again. Facing the mutant army, the difference between them was too great. The primal chaos bell suppressed the void and suppressed the mutant army. The demon emperor entered the primal chaos and killed the immortal venerables. He also used the fragment of the Panga banner. The yin-yang dual chi bottle was a top-notch grade 8 immortal artifact that refined, mutated immortal divinities. As his heaven's power increased, Jiang Changkong's mind, energy, and spirit also increased rapidly. The celestial emperors of the three halls watched the battlefield quietly. They were still waiting. As long as the mutant army was annihilated, they would be rewarded with heavenly energy. They were the true rulers of the three courts, the ones who had obtained the most power of heaven. Even Jiang Changkong, who had the arcane tome of justice, was far inferior to them. Day after day passed, and the mutant army became stronger and stronger. The forces of the three courts suffered heavy losses. Thousands of monsters died because of this. Jiang Changkong looked at the ground littered with corpses being dragged away by the mutant army. He saw countless immortal gods die in front of him. He could not help. He could only ensure that there would not be too many casualties among the immortal spirits he brought with him. Xie Tianshi silently watched the battle with a solemn expression. There were no traps in the battles of the heaven realm, only clashes of strength. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. Even if he could instigate an immortal emperor to rebel, he wouldn't be able to change the situation of the battle unless he could instigate an immortal venerable. As long as the immortal sovereign was still around, it would not be considered a failure. Even if all the immortals and gods died, it did not mean that they had won the war. Immortal blood converged into a river, turning into a sea. Celestial Darch, are you still not going to make a move? Jiang Changkong looked up at the sky. The Celestial Darch still hadn't moved. Xie Tianshi said gloomily, "That person from the heavenly court hasn't appeared yet." Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He didn't say anything. They were still waiting for more mutants to collect more power of heaven. Jiang Changkong didn't want to wait. Although it was satisfying to collect the power of heaven, it was not as satisfying as killing the primal chaos beasts. He looked at the essence, energy, and spirit he had collected over the past few days. There were already 2 million. Including the monster emperors, it was 4 million. Looking at the army of mutant immortals in front of him, killing them would be enough for him to raise his mystic art and Tao body to the initial success stage. Kill, attack the southern heaven gate. With a command, Jiang Changkong didn't wait anymore. There were still countless primal chaos beasts in the primal chaos. The heaven realm still had hidden forces. There was no need to rely on the 3 celestial thearchs to defend against the primal chaos beasts. If he attacked the southern heaven gate, even if he couldn't reach the limit of an immortal venerable, he could still reach the peak. Together with the reincarnation plate, he wouldn't be afraid of celestial thearchs who were at the limit of an immortal venerable. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts bombarded the mutant army. Xie Tianshir's expression changed slightly. He quickly said, "Just a celestial venerable, the Celestial Darch didn't tell us to attack the southern heaven gate. If we don't attack the southern heaven gate, then attack the other heavenly gates," Jiang Changkong said coldly. "Celestial venerable, that's not what I meant." Xie Tianshi panicked. The Celestial Darch of the Immortal Court didn't want to end the war yet. They wanted more power of heaven. They wanted the heavenly court to fight with their lives on the line. However, they couldn't say that out loud. There were immortals dying at any moment. Letting their subordinates die so that they could reap the benefits? What would their subordinates think then? Against the evil demons, we should kill them all and take down the heavenly court as soon as possible to prove that the Celestial Darch is the true master of the heaven realm. Jiang Changkong shouted coldly and raised his palm. "Brothers of the Immortal Court, it's time to take down the southern heaven gate. Take down the southern heaven gate. Take down the southern heaven gate." The immortals cheered excitedly. Taking down the southern heaven gate would be a great achievement. "Justice, Celestial Venerable, you can't do that without the orders of the Celestial Darch," Xie Tianshi said solemnly. "I am the one in charge of this army." "Xie Tianshi, please understand your identity." Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. He took a step forward and crossed 1,000 miles. Everywhere he passed, the mutated army turned to dust. These were all weak immortals. The weakest among them was only a martial immortal. Even if they mutated, they weren't that strong. They were strong at the same cultivation level. But against the late-stage, celestial, venerable Jiang Changkong, they were no different from ants. On the other side, Sun Wuxuan found the Monster Emperor and chuckled. "Monster Emperor, the Immortal Court's Justice Celestial Venerable wants to take down the southern heaven gate." What does Celestial Emperor Wuxuan think? The Monster Emperor asked. Of course, we want to take down the Southern Heaven Gate. We can't let the Immortal Court take this credit, Sun Wuxuan said. The Monster Emperor smiled calmly. Then let's take down the Southern Heaven Gate. Huh. The primal chaos golden crow tore through the sky. The bell rang, and thousands of immortals were killed. The yin-yang dual energy bottle swallowed the mortals and turned them into blood. Thousands of monsters rushed forward excitedly, following the Monster Emperor and attacking the Heavenly Court. In the sky, the three Heavenly Emperors' expressions changed. Immortal Court, Monster Court, control your subordinates, Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor said coldly. What are you panicking for? Although the Monster Emperor is not bad, he can't break the Heavenly Court's restriction barrier, Monster Emperor said indifferently. The Monster Emperor can ignore it, and you can use it to weaken the Monster Court's power. But what about Jiang Changkong? Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor said coldly. When he returns as Yang Yushu, we can turn a blind eye and use each other. But he is not following the rules. This was a serious violation of the rules. If he really attacked the Heavenly Court would fight back with all their might, and they would lose a lot of Heaven's power. I will look after him personally. When necessary, I will eliminate him, Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor said coldly. The Monster Emperor calmed down and said calmly, What's the rush? Even with the reincarnation disc, he can't take down the Southern Heaven Gate. I hope it's as you say. This Jiang Changkong is really a troublemaker. He can't be left alive, Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Changkong has the means left behind by Ho Tuesday. If you touch him, you will be injured, Monster Emperor said indifferently. Did Celestial Sovereign Zhan Xian say that? The two Heavenly Emperors frowned. You have been protecting Jiang Changkong. Don't think we don't know. Chapter 774. He had been protecting Jiang Changkong all along? The Beast Emperor smiled. Jiang Changkong's growth is indeed fast, but he is not the Heavenly Emperor chosen by the Heavenly Tao. He is just the Heavenly God of Justice. What if he proves his Tao before us? The Celestial Court's Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. I have confidence, but you don't? The Beast Emperor looked at the heavenly world. Of course, we cannot let him fight his way to the Southern Heavenly Gate. If he can open it, we will stop him. If not, he can only retreat. I will trust you once more. The two Heavenly Emperors harumphed and looked at Jiang Changkong, although they did not know why the Beast Emperor protected Jiang Changkong. They could not kill Jiang Changkong now. With Hotu's means, they could not kill Jiang Changkong. If Jiang Changkong did not die and recovered, they would have a headache. Jiang Changkong came to the barrier. The golden barrier blocked his way. The chaotic saber ray landed on the barrier, but it only caused ripples and did not break. The golden barrier was the Heavenly Court's defensive restriction. Only immortal venerables could break it. The Heavenly Court's immortals gathered their immortal power and slashed. Boom! The immortal power landed, but the golden barrier remained. Boundless immortal power surged in all directions, destroying the ground and tearing the void. Immortal Venerate of Justice, let's go back, Xie Tianshi advised. Only immortal venerables can break this golden barrier. Jiang Changkong's expression was gloomy. He estimated his own strength. Even if he had the reincarnation disc, he would not be able to break it. Rumble. In the distance, demonic aura surged. The chaotic golden crow crashed into the golden barrier and dissipated like smoke. The Beast Emperor wore a golden crow robe and had a cold expression. He could not break this barrier, not even the divine artifact shard and the yin-yang dual chi bottle. Beast Emperor, Jiang Changkong looked over. Immortal Venerate of Justice, Yang Yushu. The Beast Emperor smiled and came to the main body. How about we work together? There's no need. This barrier is hard to break. Even if we join hands, it won't work. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Then, is Immortal Venerate of Justice going to give up? The Beast Emperor said calmly. Give up? How is that possible? Even if I have to wait here, I won't give up. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly as he accepted the heavenly energy from the spirit demon emperor. In total, the two of them had close to 6 million points of essence, energy, and spirit. He was considering whether he should improve the Golden Crow immortal scripture or his mystic arts and Taoist physique first. Another 2 million, and the Golden Crow immortal scripture would reach perfection. Why don't we work together and guard this place? Once the heavenly court changes and the immortal gods appear, we'll kill them immediately? The demon emperor suggested. Sure. Jiang Changkong agreed. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutant army arrived. They came from other battlefields. They had defeated the armies of the three courts and were here to kill Jiang Changkong and the spirit demon emperor. Kill! The spirit demon emperor shouted coldly, and the sounds of killing rose again. Boom! An immortal paragon's attack landed. Both sides were sent into the primal chaos. Their subordinates, the immortal gods, were in a difficult situation. They were not a match for the mutant army. The demon emperor left behind the yin-yang twin chi bottle to guard the demon race army. Jiang Changkong also left behind a streak of god power to protect them. Jiang Changkong and the demon emperor's opponents were both late-stage immortal venerables, so they were not difficult to deal with. However, an unforeseen event had occurred below. A streak of light flew over from the sky and landed on the god power left behind by Jiang Changkong. Boom! The god power incarnation collapsed. The power of the light exceeded that of a late-stage immortal venerable. It was from a peak immortal venerable. After losing Jiang Changkong's god power, they lost their protection. The Celestial Court army suffered heavy losses. On the monster race's side, the yin-yang twin chi bottle was also sent, flying by a streak of light. Sun Wuxuan was heavily injured, and his blood splattered. On the monster race's side, a large number of immortal gods died in the group led by Jiang Changkong. In the primal chaos, Jiang Changkong and the demon emperor sensed it and stopped hiding. The reincarnation plate suppressed the late-stage immortal venerable and brought them back to the heaven realm. The demon emperor was still fighting with a late-stage immortal venerable. Without a complete sage artifact, it was difficult for him to defeat a late-stage immortal venerable. After returning to the heaven realm, Jiang Changkong's gaze was cold. Lightning descended as if the heavens were angry. Celestial venerable, let's retreat. Xia Tianshi was covered in blood, and he panicked. The other immortal gods of the heavenly court have come to reinforce us. Jiang Changkong's expression was dark. He left behind 4 streaks of chaos god power to help the celestial court and monster race. They entered the primal chaos to find the demon emperor. The reincarnation plate stabilized the primal chaos and activated its supreme power. The late-stage immortal venerable's body trembled. The demon emperor and Jiang Changkong attacked at the same time and suppressed the late-stage immortal venerable. The 4 streaks of chaos god power clashed with the immortal light in the sky. This time, the immortal light was even fiercer. Not only did it destroy the god power, but it also destroyed many immortal gods. Jiang Changkong remembered this aura. He tore apart the primal chaos and returned to the heaven realm. Wherever the god power passed, the mutant army was destroyed. Retreat! Jiang Changkong and the demon emperor shouted at the same time. They had no choice but to retreat. Not only were the 3 courts unwilling to attack the heavenly court, they even allowed his god power to be destroyed. Or rather, they personally destroyed it. If it was the peak or late-stage immortal venerable of the heavenly court, why didn't anyone stop them? At the start, they only destroyed his god power and didn't kill him. Next, not only did they destroy his god power, but they also killed many immortal gods. If it was the celestial venerable of the heavenly court, he should have appeared and killed them all. They retreated with the immortal god army and didn't encounter any more immortal light. Jiang Changkong looked at Xia Tianshi with a cold gaze. Did you inform the celestial Darch? Why didn't he send reinforcements? Entering alone, the celestial venerable should think of a way to explain to the celestial Dharch. Xia Tianshi said coldly. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly and left with them. After returning to the celestial court's barrier, the celestial court, celestial Dharch, summoned them. Jiang Changkong came to the numinous sky palace and cupped his hands. Greetings, celestial Dharch. Yan Yushu, do you know your mistake? The celestial court, celestial Dharch, looked at him coldly. I don't know. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. The celestial Thearcha's eyes shone with cold light. Entering alone, causing the death of the immortal gods and heavy casualties, you have committed a great crime. The celestial Dharch is paying attention to the battlefield. I have already cleared the path ahead. With a single palm from the celestial venerable, I will be able to enter the heavenly court and ascend the southern heavenly gate. After that, the heavenly court sent reinforcements, but the immortal gods did not come. When I suppressed the immortal venerables of the heavenly court, they ambushed my subordinates, but no one stopped them. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. He raised his head and looked at the celestial Dharch. Your Majesty, you were overseeing the rear. Did you not see that immortal light? I was discussing with the two celestial Thearchs. The other immortal venerables had their own opponents and could not leave. The celestial court, celestial Dharch, said coldly, You only want to attack the southern heavenly gate. Have you considered the overall situation of the battlefield? Jiang Changkong's expression sank slightly. He did not say anything. From now on, you will be overseeing the army. Pass the command to Xia Tianshi. The celestial court, celestial Dharch, said calmly. Jiang Changkong said calmly, Celestial Dharch, since you don't trust me, why don't you just let me leave? Yan Yushu, don't forget who saved you. You also promised me that you will help me unify the heavenly world. The celestial court, celestial Dharch, said coldly, Now that you have committed a mistake, I can't punish you. Jiang Changkong frowned and cupped his fists. I misspoke. Please forgive me, celestial Dharch. From now on, Yan Yushu will focus on overseeing the army. Go. I am not reducing your authority. I am training you. When you have thought it through, I will return the authority to you. The celestial court, celestial Dharch said. Chapter 775. Within the demon sovereign palace, the extreme Een brew was suffused with moonlight. Second brother, you were too impulsive this time. The demon emperor drank a cup of wine and said. The demon sovereign asked, Big brother, do you know who emitted the immortal light? I don't know. At that time, I was discussing with the two celestial rulers and didn't notice. The demon emperor said in a deep voice, If I know, I will not spare him. Big brother, you really don't know? That immortal light has appeared more than once. The demon emperor asked again. The monster emperor shook his head and insisted, I really don't know. That immortal light flew over from the primal chaos. When I reacted and wanted to investigate, I couldn't find anything in the boundless primal chaos. The demon emperor was silent for a moment before he said, I was indeed too impulsive this time. Second brother, rest well these few days. Immortal Emperor Wuxuan is also injured. Take good care of him. The demon Dharch said. I'll take my leave first. The demon emperor stood up and left. The demon Dharch tasted the wine alone, experiencing the profoundness of the extreme Een brew. Returning to the demon king's palace, Sun Wuxuan's face was pale. Fortunately, he had taken a healing pill and only needed to rest for a few days. Demon monarch, did you find out? Sun Wuxuan hastily asked. The demon emperor shook his head. The celestial light came from the primal chaos. The demon emperor said he didn't know. You don't know? Sun Wuxuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Immortal venerables were at the peak of the heaven realm. How could they not find out the origin of the immortal light? It would still make sense if Zhang Xian hadn't noticed it for the first time. But if he still couldn't find anything the second time, then that would be nonsense. They don't want to wipe out the heavenly court and want to raise more evil demons. The demon emperor said calmly. Sun Wuxuan's expression was cold. They don't deserve to be celestial emperors. Forget it. Just rest well for the next few days. The demon emperor sighed. His forceful charge had failed, and he could not change the situation. Yes, demon emperor. Sun Wuxuan went to rest. On the other side, Jiang Changkong went deep into the chaos and contacted Venerable Zhen Xian. Immortal Venerable Zhen Xian quickly replied, It's the immortal light from the immortal court. Fellow Taoist Jiang, you can't change the situation of the battle. It's better to go with it. These 3 heavenly emperors are no different from that one in the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong sneered. To them, as long as there is a glimmer of hope to become a sage, even if the celestial realm is wiped out, they will do anything. It's just that that person in the heavenly court was a little anxious. That's why he chose to cooperate with the immortal spirits. This is also a flaw of the heavenly Tao. Venerable Immortal Zhen Xian said, Drawbacks? With merit to the heavens and with the return of the ancient immortal god bloodline, I can counteract the heavenly Tao's targeting. The heavenly Tao isn't complete and doesn't have the power to destroy the heavenly court. That's why that person in the heavenly court chose to do this. Venerable Zhen Xian said in a deep voice. Jiang Changkong understood. He was planning to conquer the heaven realm first, and then slowly repay the debt later. It was just that this debt was a little too big. After hanging up the call, Jiang Changkong looked at his essence, energy, and spirit. After killing 2 more late-stage immortal reverents, he was still some distance away from becoming a peak immortal emperor. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he resisted the urge to raise his cultivation level and Taoist body. Once he raised the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra to its peak, he would then raise his mystic arts and Tao body. After returning to the heaven realm, Jiang Changkong entered the temple and ignored the immortal god army. The authority had already been handed over to Xie Tianshi, and he was now content to be a hired thug. The next morning, the heavenly court's army attacked again. Xie Tianshi led the immortal army to resist the mutated army of the heavenly court. Jiang Changkong suppressed the immortal reverents, destroyed a portion of them, and left. The demon sovereigns also retreated after destroying a portion of them. The rest of the army was also defeated. Although they could kill many mutated immortal gods, they exchanged their lives for it. Several immortal gods were needed to exchange for one mutated immortal god of the same level. Jiang Changkong watched the battle and focused on accumulating the power of heaven, converting it into essence, energy, and spirit. On the heavenly court side, a terrifying aura was brewing, and the mutated army seemed endless. There were no changes on Mount Buzhou, and the spirit stone mine inside was almost completely excavated. The ancestral Magus tree and demon commander stone also did not show any abnormalities. The war in the heaven realm continued. After 7 days, Jiang Changkong's essence, energy, and spirit had already reached 12 million. He was not in a hurry to raise it because it was not enough. Even if he raised it, he would not be able to resist the limits of an immortal reverent. The 2 immortal reverents, Zhen Xian and Peng Lai, had already retreated to the celestial realm with their disciples. They did not want to participate in this war. The corpses of the immortals piled up into mountains. Immortal blood gathered into rivers, but no one cared. These low-level immortals risked their lives to protect the forces they were in, but in exchange their corpses did not even exist. Accustomed to life and death, Jiang Changkong could not bear to see it. These few days, he often used his incarnation to go to the lunar star. That was the only stable place in the heaven realm. It was lonely, cold, and better than the current heaven realm. Immortal kings and immortal emperors were buried in this war, and not even their names were left behind. The mutated immortals had all turned into evil demons. On this day, there was another commotion in Mount Buzhou. The entire Mount Buzhou trembled a few times. Sun Yuan entered the Demon Sovereign's palace and said while panting, Demon Sovereigns, the East Sea Dragon King sent news again, asking Jiang Changkong to make a trip there. The barrier is still there. How do we enter? The Demon Sovereigns frowned. Moreover, we can't contact Jiang Changkong now. Sun Yuan scratched his arm. I don't know either. The East Sea Dragon King seems to be in a hurry. Then I will think of a way. The Demon Sovereigns frowned and contacted his main body. Jiang Changkong also had a headache. How was he going to enter Mount Buzhou? The most important thing was that he couldn't leave right now. Go through the chaos again? Jiang Changkong frowned and tore space to leave. As for the Celestial Arch, he would let Jie Tianshi explain it himself. Feeling the divine might of Mount Buzhou, Jiang Changkong took out the reincarnation plate to resist the divine might and traverse the chaos. Although the Buzhou mountain was far inferior to the original Buzhou sacred mountain, Jiang Changkong still felt that it was a demonic god that couldn't be looked up to. The divine might of the reincarnation plate was activated, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The terrifying pressure continued to increase as he got closer and closer. This was even more terrifying than the divine might left behind by Empress Hua in the chaotic heaven abyss. Crack! His bones trembled, and the green light in his body was also suppressed. It was like a chaotic demon god was constantly pressuring him. The reincarnation plate shook and released the power of netherworld samsara. The divine might resisted the divine might. Unfortunately, the divine might was still much weaker. Perhaps it was because he was not strong enough. Cracking sounds rang out, and he could vaguely see the outline of Mount Buzhou. Boom! The divine might enveloped him, and chaos currents surged. Jiang Changkong's body sank, and he nearly knelt. Only sages could not be affected by this divine might. Forget it, I'll come again next time. Jiang Changkong wanted to give up. He could not go this time. If it was not difficult, he would go and take a look himself. Most importantly, he could not pass. Even if he increased his strength, he still could not pass. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the chaos. A blue divine dragon traversed the chaos, not afraid of the divine might, and flew over. Jiang Changkong. I feel like you guys are kidding me. You can escape on your own, but you want me to suffer and rush here? He knew this blue dragon. It was Ao Qingyu, the 13th Sea Monarch. He was familiar with her. The blue dragon wrapped around him and rushed toward Mount Buzhou. You guys are too much. Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Under Ao Qingyu's lead, he could not feel the divine might and was not affected at all. Chapter 776. This time Mount Buzhou needs you. That's why I came out to bring you in. Ao Qingyu brought him through the chaos and arrived at the peak of Mount Buzhou. A golden barrier isolated Mount Buzhou, but many chaos currents were absorbed by the golden barrier. The surrounding chaos currents actually could not move Ao Qingyu. A strange look flashed in Jiang Changkong's eyes. Ao Qingyu was actually a mid-stage immortal emperor. You've already become an immortal emperor. The dragon race's fortuitous encounter. Ao Qingyu plunged into the golden barrier. Without any obstruction, she brought Jiang Changkong into Mount Buzhou. The peak of Mount Buzhou had endless chaos divine lightning. It was so powerful that even immortal supremacies did not dare to go against it. The lightning also avoided them and did not attack. Then there were the chaotic astral winds and the heavenly blades formed by the chaotic qi. Even a peak immortal venerable would probably die here. What's going on here? Does Mount Buzhou need me? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Ao Qingyu smiled and said, You will know soon. One man and one dragon quickly arrived in front of a huge dragon egg. The dragon might was so strong that even he felt pressure. A layer of ripples appeared on the eggshell, and one man and one dragon entered. The inside of the dragon egg was a vast world. Many divine dragons flew in the air. Some were in human form with dragon horns on their heads. These dragons all had very powerful auras. The weakest was an immortal king. Jiang Changkong even saw a few immortal supremacies. Acting Dragon King. Little Dragon King quickly ran over. Her small body was filled with majestic power. Little Dragon King, you too have improved too quickly. Jiang Changkong carried Little Dragon King. Early stage immortal emperor. He had worked so hard to become an immortal supremacy, but these two had directly become immortal emperors. Compared to the acting Dragon King, we are still far from it. Little Dragon King smiled. Jiang Changkong put her down and asked, "Tell me what's going on." "Let old dragon speak." An old man walked over. His red beard extended to his chest, and a pair of dragon horns suffused with traces of fire. His dragon might was restrained, but it still made Jiang Changkong feel powerful. This old dragon's strength was at least at the peak of immortal supremacy. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior." Back then, the saints moved the descendants of the dragon race to Mount Buzhou. They used the power of chaos, connate spirit qi, and the divine might of Mount Buzhou to help the dragon race grow. After so many years, the 1,000 true dragons have also reproduced. Now, they have recovered a portion of their vitality. The old dragon explained, "I invited you here this time to borrow your blood and the power of the reincarnation disc." "My blood?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "How much?" The old dragon said, "I don't know, but the rewards this time are generous. Mount Buzhou will protect you and treat you as a part of it." "A part of Mount Buzhou?" Jiang Changkong pondered. "What do you want my blood for?" "Change the blood pool." The old dragon did not hide anything. Back then, the sage instructed us to let the owner of the reincarnation plate come to Mount Buzhou one day and use his own blood to change the blood pool. "Can I take a look at the blood pool first?" Jiang Changkong asked. "Please follow me." The old dragon turned around and led the way. Jiang Changkong followed beside him and listened to him explain the details. They were originally the 1,000 dragon eggs that were moved to Mount Buzhou by Huti. After so many years of development, the 1,000 true dragons had already grown to more than 5,000. There were a few peak celestial venerables and many celestial emperors. Hutu had even instructed them to wait for the owner of the reincarnation disc to appear and think of a way to lure him into Mount Buzhou to change the blood pool. If they followed the normal route, this would not be a big problem. As long as they used up the first baleful aura, they would be able to see clues to the treasure map. After obtaining the treasure map and clearing the immortal essences, celestial emperors would be able to enter directly. However, Jiang Changkong had gone to the chaos space directly, and the immortal essences had not been cleared yet. He had also become a celestial venerable. If he did not think of a way, he would probably only be able to come after Jiang Changkong had proven his Tao. The barrier of Mount Buzhou would definitely not be opened unless a sage appeared. At most, celestial emperors would be able to enter. This was the last pure land of the heavenly realm, and also the place where the dragon race lived. Other than the dragon race, there are many other ancient races, right? Jiang Changkong asked. There are indeed. For example, the golden-winged rock phoenix Qilin. These races were all saved by sage Hutu. The old dragon said, "At that time the heavenly realm was in chaos and immortal essences invaded. If these races were not moved here, they would have been truly exterminated." "Then what do you mean by the protection of Mount Buzhou, being a part of it? Can I enter and exit freely like you?" Jiang Changkong asked. If he could enter Mount Buzhou at will, he really had nothing to fear. If he could not win, he could hide in. "I don't know. When you change the blood pool, Sage Hutu will give you a reward," the old dragon said. In the blood pool, there was a trace of Hutu's spiritual will. Only when he changed the blood pool would that trace of spiritual will appear. Jiang Changkong thought of something else. Moon God once said that there is a hidden force in the heavenly realm. Was it referring to you? This also explained why this force in the heavenly realm was unwilling to come out, and why they could not enter and exit Mount Bujo at will. If they wanted to leave Mount Bujo, they could only do so if Mount Bujo was willing to let them leave. Just like this time, he needed Ao Chinyu to fetch him. The old dragon shook his head and said, "Not us. Sage Hutu only told us to develop and recuperate. She did not tell us to return to the heavenly realm. If Hutu had such intentions, the barrier of Mount Bujo should have been opened." No, Jiang Changkong thought and said, "Could it be that the time is not right? If it is a problem of time, Sage Hutu should have left a hint," the old dragon said. Jiang Changkong did not say anything else. They had already arrived in front of a blood pool. The blood pool was 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. Its depth was unknown. This blood, Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. He felt a familiar aura. The blood of the monster race and his itinerant cultivator alliance's immortal king were all inside. The immortal god blood that Mount Bujo absorbed was all stored here. This is the blood pool. Put your blood into the blood pool. Together with the reincarnation disc, the blood pool will change, the old dragon said as he pointed at the blood pool. Jiang Changkong looked at the blood pool and fell silent. The blood pool left behind by Hutu was definitely extraordinary. If it was an ordinary pool, he could fill it with a drop of blood. After thinking about it, Jiang Changkong forced a drop of blood into the blood pool. The reincarnation disc released a wisp of reincarnation chi to convert his blood. As there was only one drop, the blood pool did not change much. This time, Jiang Changkong cut his palm and gray blood flowed out quickly. The reincarnation disc continuously released reincarnation chi. Chaos chi also floated over and entered the blood pool. Plop, plop, plop. The blood in the blood pool began to bubble and boil. A young sapling slowly rose from the blood pool. 12 ancestral magus trees. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. This was the 12 ancestral magus tree at the foot of the mountain. Back then, he had people water it with his blood, but there was no reaction. Was the watering method wrong? And it had to be combined with the reincarnation disc? The reincarnation disc's power not only converted his chaos blood, but also other chaos chi currents. A hint of joy appeared on the old dragon's face. The change meant that he had not invited the wrong person. Chapter 777. On Mount Bujo, the blood pool changed and the 12 magus ancestors rose slowly. The reincarnation disc released the power of reincarnation and enveloped it with saintly might. In the center of the blood pool, under the magus ancestors, 3 drops of blood of different colors absorbed the blood pool's power. Jiang Changkong's blood was flowing out quickly. His face was pale and he looked dispirited. Even an immortal supremacy would be injured after bleeding. The wound on his palm slowly healed. The reincarnation disc stopped and the chaotic aura stopped surging. The blood pool did not seem to change. The 12 magus ancestors also sank. The 3 drops of blood also disappeared. Take it slow. The old dragon also knew that this matter could not be completed in a short period of time. Jiang Changkong swallowed an elixir and circulated his mystic art. "I'm afraid the blood pool will take some time." Jiang Changkong put away the reincarnation disc and asked, "Can I leave?" "I'm afraid not before the blood pool changes." Ao Chinyu shook her head lightly. "Mount Bujo has already opened the door of convenience for you to enter." "All right, then I'll stay in the blood pool from now on." Jiang Changkong frowned. "It seems like it will have to be like this. Saint Hutu asked you to come here. We do not understand the profoundness of the blood pool. If there are any problems, you will be needed." The old dragon thought about it and felt that it was most suitable for Jiang Changkong to stay by the blood pool. Jiang Changkong did not say anything else and sat down cross-legged. "Let's go find some herbs for you to recover quickly," the old dragon said. "Are there immortal stones here? It would be best if there are immortal stones." Jiang Changkong preferred immortal stones. If he could become a sage, 1 drop of his blood would probably be enough. The old dragon shook his head. No, although the connate spirit chi here is endless, there will not be sinking star immortal stones. However, don't worry. There is the power of creation here that can make up for your losses. Jiang Chongkong raised his brows. The power of creation left by Empress Hua. Yes, the old dragon left after saying that. Little Dragon King and A.O. Qingyu stayed with him. What's the situation in the heavenly realm now? A.O. Qingyu asked. After they entered, they never left and lost contact with the heavenly realm. Jiang Chongkong sighed. The heavenly realm is very troublesome now. It's in chaos. He told them about the situation in the heavenly realm, including the moon god's return and the moon god. Little Dragon King blinked his big eyes. When I get out, I will definitely go to Tying Star to see Sister Yushue. Dong Huang Changyue? A.O. Qingyu asked. The others might, but A.O. Qingyu God. Dong Huang Zhangyue's true identity must be Jiang Chongkong's incarnation. Rain Dragon Star Saint Will God. A Yang Saint Will was a demon god king, and Jiang god spirit. Demon, Emperor was a god. Emperor, Sun Demon, Dragon, Dynasty, Su. Now that he had come to Buzhou Mountain and the reincarnation wheel was here, the Demon Emperor's strength would be limited to the late immortal venerable stage, and it would be difficult for him to increase it further. If he advanced in the heaven domain and reached the peak of the immortal emperor stage, the demonic Tharch would probably go crazy. Yang Yushu's identity could not be used for long. He ran away, but it was a pity he lost a lot of heaven power. The three courts raised Heavenly Court as an evil demon. Once this evil demon becomes uncontrollable, they will suffer the consequences. A.O. Qingyu said coldly. The problem is, no matter who wins, it will be a huge blow to the heavenly realm. Jiang Chongkong said in a deep voice, in this heavenly realm war, the immortals and gods suffered the most, be it Heavenly Court Emperor or the three heavenly emperors. They did it for the power of heaven. Then Dragon King, hurry up and change the blood pool so you can return to the heavenly realm, Little Dragon King said quickly. Jiang Chongkong's face darkened. Hurry up and let him bleed. He wanted to do it, but his strength did not allow it. As they spoke, the old dragon took out a creation power. This should be enough to help you recover. Jiang Chongkong put away the creation mystic light and refined it in his body. His lost blood chi was quickly recovering. The power of creation is magical. I can recover in a day at most, Jiang Chongkong said. Of course, this is the creation great Tao, the Tao of creation, Lu Qian said. The old dragon also left and brought the little Dragon King away. Now, he still had to teach the little Dragon King how to cultivate. A.O. Qingyu chatted with Jiang Chongkong. The two talked a lot, from the immortal world to the heavenly realm, to the chaos, and finally back to the mortal world. Back then, she was still a mermaid king, close to the limit of gods and the peak of the mortal world. At that time, Jiang Chongkong was just an ant in her eyes. If not for the netherworld dragon, he would not even be able to enter the city. Jiang Chongkong somewhat missed his senior sister and the others. He also missed the days of the past. After chatting for a long time, A.O. Qingyu left. Jiang Chongkong continued to bleed. The reincarnation disc came out and used the power of reincarnation to convert his blood and chaotic energy. I have to repay my debts. I did not take this reincarnation disc for nothing, Jiang Chongkong said as he bled. Are the 12 Magus ancestral trees to nurture new 12 Magi ancestral trees? What are those 3 drops of blood? Lu Qian asked in his body. I do not know. Maybe I will know after I change the blood pool. Jiang Chongkong sprinkled his blood into the blood pool. Lu Qian looked at the blood in his body. Your blood seems to be different from a normal chaos body. Every living being is different. Even within the same race, there are differences. Of course, there are differences in the blood, Jiang Chongkong said calmly. Lu Qian did not say anything and rested in his body. While injecting blood, Jiang Changkong was also studying this world. There were mountains, rivers, and dragons. Huta must have spent a lot of effort to create this place. The 3 drops of blood have grown bigger, Lu Qian suddenly said. Jiang Changkong retracted his attention and looked at the 3 drops of blood. They had indeed grown bigger, twice as big as before. There was a faint aura of life coming from them. Was this turning the 3 drops of blood into living beings? The reincarnation disc also trembled excitedly. If a living being is born and wants to take the reincarnation disc, will you give it to him? Lu Qian suddenly asked. Jiang Changkong was silent for a moment. I will. This is not mine to begin with. When I reach the limit of an immortal venerable, I will not need the reincarnation disc. When he reached the limit of an immortal venerable, he would not need the reincarnation disc at all. As long as he reached the limit of the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra, it would be fine. When the Golden Crow Immortal Sutra was at its limit, even a peak immortal venerable with a sage artifact might not be able to take him down. Moreover, it was difficult for others to prove their Tao, but he only needed a bit of essence, energy, and spirit to prove his Tao. Lu Qian smiled. It seems that Sage Hutu did not choose the wrong person. When I see her in the future, I will have a good talk with her. You are too weak. Hutu will not see you, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Qian. Looking at Lu Qian's divine soul's interesting expression, Jiang Changkong laughed and focused on releasing the blood. He did not know when he would find Hutu. When that time came, he would definitely be a sage or even a peak sage. On the other side, the demon emperor slaughtered the mutant army again and accumulated a lot of power of heaven. When he returned, he would be able to obtain more essence, energy, and spirit and improve further. He might even reach the limit of an immortal venerable. After thinking about it, he started to break through and increase his strength. Chapter 778. The war in the heaven realm would not end in a short period of time. As they obtained the power of heaven, the 3 heavenly emperors all felt a trace of emotion. They could vaguely feel the legendary realm, but it was just a feeling. It was as if there was a piece of paper blocking his senses. No matter how they tried to comprehend it or how they tried to circulate their Xian Qi, they were unable to pierce through this piece of paper. The demonic beast emperor had obtained the power of heaven and sensed his main body. This time, Mount Buzhou did not block his senses. Previously, when he used his divine power to enter, he could not sense it. Could it be that the interior of Mount Buzhou was not isolated? The demon emperor could not figure out the answer to this question. He could only continue to accumulate the power of heaven and wait for his real body to come out of Mount Zhou. Because of Jiang Changkong's disappearance, the Immortal Court's heavenly emperor searched for a long time, but he couldn't find anything. Jiang Changkong seemed to have completely disappeared, and even Venerable Jinchuan the Celestial could not contact him. Not long after, another immortal Venerable Justice appeared in the Immortal Court. He looked exactly the same as the Yang Yushu that Jiang Changkong had transformed into. It seemed like the Immortal Court wanted to keep this impostor alive. On Mount Buzhou, the blood continued to flow into the blood pool. The 3 drops of blood were now the size of footballs. Half of the blood in the blood pool had already turned into gray, chaos blood. The 12 ancestral sorcerer trees were still there, and the reincarnation disc continued to release reincarnation power to transform the blood. It's only been 7 days, and it's only this big. Jiang Changkong sighed. How long would it take? Lu Qian floated out and saw his pale and haggard face. Can't you stop being impatient? If you're in such a rush, how can you cultivate so quickly? Your Tao heart must be calm. It's not urgent, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Qian's body twitched. Can you reattach your arm? Jiang Changkong calmly pressed his arm back. With his terrifying recovery ability, the wound healed in an instant. Then that's all for today. Lu Qian. He really couldn't understand Jiang Changkong. Huda didn't force him to finish it in one go. In the beginning, it was quite normal for Jiang Changkong to release it bit by bit. Ever since he obtained the power of creation, this fellow simply went crazy. Today he would break his arm and bleed, tomorrow he would break his leg, and the day after that he would cut off his own head. He was simply sick. This scared quite a few true dragons, not daring to approach. They thought that a great demon king had appeared here. As Jiang Changkong refined the power of creation and sensed the surging vitality of the 3 drops of blood, he suddenly felt like he was hatching an egg. However, he didn't know what would hatch from these 3 drops of blood. A special aura flew out of the blood pool and entered Jiang Changkong's body. Lu Qian sensed it. Is it almost done? No, it's the 3 drops of blood that are urging me to hurry up. Jiang Changkong shrugged and said, I want to become a living being as soon as possible. Screech! Suddenly a cry rang out. Blinding golden light and golden feathers filled the sky. A huge golden rock flapped its wings and flew over. The true dragons immediately panicked, especially the dragon whelps. They fled as if they had seen something horrifying. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the golden rock. It was an intermediate immortal emperor. East Sea Dragon King, quickly come out and offer up your delicious dragon meat. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings and brought about a hurricane. Jiang Changkong said in surprise, Is this golden-winged rock so arrogant? It is indeed arrogant to come to the dragon race to eat the Dragon King's meat. Lu Qian was also shocked. This was no longer arrogance. It was completely looking down on the dragon race. Impudent, the little Dragon King stood up and said proudly, You think you are qualified to challenge me? The golden-winged rock circled around the little Dragon King. TSK, TSK, I don't dare to say about the other dragon race, but I will definitely eat you, the little Dragon King. I am the East Sea Dragon King. You have to defeat the acting Dragon King first before you are qualified to challenge me, said the little Dragon King with his head raised. Acting Dragon King? Then Ao Qingyu? A trace of disdain flashed in the golden-winged rock's eyes. She just lost to me some time ago and lost a dragon scale. Of course not. Ao Qingyu is only one of the 13 Sea Kings. The acting Dragon King of the East Sea is someone else, said Ao Qingyu indifferently. The golden-winged rock said in a deep voice, Don't tell me you are looking for a dragon to confer a title in the dragon race. I once said that if the acting Dragon King is here, no matter how many of you come, there will only be a crushing defeat, said the little Dragon King proudly. Now that the acting Dragon King is here, do you dare to accept the challenge? Ha! Acting Dragon King, where are you? The golden-winged rock looked around. Jiang Changkong walked over and said, Acting Dragon King, it's me. You. The golden-winged rock glanced at him. Early divine immortal? Looking at his haggard face and weak aura, he sneered and said, The old rules. No, if you lose this time, you have to return the dragon scale to the Sea King and leave one of your wings, said the little Dragon King. What if I win? The golden-winged rock said coldly, You take away 2 of my scales, and I will give you 50 kilograms of dragon meat, said the little Dragon King with a taut face. It's a deal. I won't go back on my word. Both parties high-fived and agreed. Jiang Changkong and Lu Qian were a little confused. What's going on? Acting Dragon King, defeat him and we will eat the golden-winged rock's wings, said the little Dragon King quickly. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. This is a bit of a bully. Little immortal, I'm not bullying you. If you want to blame someone, blame the East Sea Dragon King. The golden-winged rock let out a long roar. Like an arrow, the air of Mount Buzhou exploded. The golden light was dazzling under the sunlight. Jiang Changkong was a little bored. He raised his right hand and put it down. Bang! Smoke and dust surged, feathers fluttered, and the golden-winged rock screamed. Ouch! 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 There's something more painful, a wing. The little Dragon King squinted his eyes and smiled. The golden-winged rock screamed, "You don't follow the rules. You're not an immortal." "Who told you that I'm an immortal?" Jiang Changkong said lightly. "Didn't I tell you that the acting Dragon King is an immortal venerable?" The little Dragon King smiled happily. "The golden-winged rock, immortal venerable? An immortal venerable, and you pretend to be an immortal? Don't you dragons care about your face at all? You lied to me. You're clearly an immortal venerable, but you pretend to be an immortal." The golden-winged rock was about to cry. Jiang Changkong coughed lightly and said, "This venerable likes to keep a low profile. You like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger." The golden-winged rock was very resentful. "Take your hand away, I'll give you wings." Jiang Changkong loosened his hand. The golden-winged rock was also a ruthless character. He pulled hard, and amidst a mournful scream, one of his wings was torn off. The feathers fell off, turning into a bare wing of flesh. A wing grew out, and the feathers were inserted back. "What are you doing?" The little Dragon King said angrily. "I only said wings, not feathers," the golden-winged rock said calmly. The little Dragon King was furious. Jiang Changkong said lightly, "The Dragon King doesn't like this wing, he likes the other one." "Here, here." The golden-winged rock quickly gave the feather to the little Dragon King and grew new feathers. Only then did the little Dragon King become happy. "You're welcome to fight next time." Jiang Changkong sighed lightly. He always had a guilty feeling of bullying a child. "Acting Dragon King, let's go eat the wing." The little Dragon King pulled him away. Ao Qingyu also asked for her scale back and put it back on her body. The golden-winged rock did not leave. Instead, he followed them and looked at them pitifully as they roasted his wing. Isn't it a little bad to eat someone's wing in front of them? Chapter 779. Jiang Changkong was a little embarrassed. After all, it was not good to roast someone's wings in front of them. It would be fine if they were enemies, but it seemed like they were not. This is the shame of the defeated. Little Dragon King raised his head and looked at the golden rock in disdain. "Last time, he roasted dragon meat in front of me. What's going on?" Jiang Changkong felt a headache. "Killing is forbidden on Mount Buzhou. After all, we might be the only ones left in the entire heaven realm." Ao Qingyu explained. "Living together, it is inevitable that there will be friction. Strength will determine the winner. The winner cannot be injured too badly. He can only ask for something. Our dragon scales and his feathers are both excellent refining materials." Little Dragon King continued, "I want to refine a golden feather robe. Only then will it be worthy of my identity as the East Sea Dragon King." "Then how many feathers have you collected?" Jiang Changkong asked. Little Dragon King lowered his head and said dejectedly, "Just this little." Jiang Changkong found it funny. Little Dragon King had just reached the Immortal Emperor realm, and Ao Qingyu had also entered the mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm not long ago. Neither of them was strong. They were not this golden rock's match, even if they joined forces. If not for him, when the golden rock gathered all the dragon scales and refined the immortal armor, they probably would not even be able to get a single feather. The golden rock snorted and said, "I fell into your trap this time. I will definitely not fail next time. With the substitute Dragon King here, I will pluck all your feathers out," Little Dragon King said proudly. "All right, don't be like that." Jiang Changkong rubbed Little Dragon King's head and looked at the roasted wings. "They are all children. Don't worry too much. Let's eat together. The golden rock, one piece. Have some." Lu Qian was already cramping from laughing. "Do you want to anger this bird to death? Or do you want to make me laugh to death? Cough, sorry, I still have some meat here. Let's eat together." Jiang Changkong took out some chaos meat. "I forgot to take it out previously. Chaos beast." The golden rock's eyes lit up in surprise. "I didn't expect you to recognize it," Jiang Changkong said. This group of golden-winged great pangs had been living in Buzhou Mountain for a long time. They should not have seen chaos beasts before. To be able to recognize it at a glance was already not bad. The golden-winged rock didn't say much. It transformed into a human form and was also a handsome young man. After roasting the ferocious beast meat, he gave some to each of them. Immortal emperor-level ferocious beast. It's just right for you. Jiang Changkong ate a little and tasted it. His culinary skills were not bad. He then took out some immortal wine and poured a cup for each of them. Speaking of which, this sovereign and the golden-winged rock can be considered to be fated. A friend of mine happened to obtain the yin-yang twin qi bottle, Jiang Changkong said. Yin-yang dual qi bottle? Where? The golden-winged rock asked hurriedly. How should I address you? Jiang Changkong smiled. The golden-winged great Peng race, Peng Wanli. The golden-winged great Peng said arrogantly. But when he thought that the person in front of him was a celestial venerable, his arrogance dissipated. Jiang Changkong smiled. Good name. My friend is the monster emperor of the heaven realm monster race. His name is Donghuang Changyue. He controls the chaos spell fragment and the yin-yang dual qi bottle. He is famous in the heaven realm. With the monster emperor's current identity and status, he could definitely be said to be famous in the heaven realm. Heaven realm. How is the heaven realm now? Peng Wanli asked curiously. The heaven realm is in chaos now. Jiang Changkong explained the situation in the heaven realm. Peng Wanli said worriedly, will the yin-yang dual qi bottle be destroyed? This was the treasure of their race. Although it wasn't a sage artifact, it was a treasure only inferior to it. If they could return to the heaven realm, the golden-winged great Peng race would definitely think of a way to get the yin-yang dual qi bottle back. It shouldn't be. The monster emperor is quite strong. Even if something happens, the monster emperor will handle it. Jiang Changkong replied. The four of them drank and chatted at the same time. The immortal wine that Jiang Changkong took out was stronger. The three immortal emperors were soon drunk. The golden-winged great Peng burped and gnawed on the primal chaos beast meat. His eyes were hazy from drunkenness. Let me tell you, Mount Buzhou has many treasure lands. You don't know about them. Mount Buzhou was refined by the ancient sages. There are countless treasure lands. Many people obtained fortuitous encounters down there. Jiang Changkong said. No. Peng Wanli shook his head. What is that considered fortuitous encounter? Everything down there is trash. The real treasure is above. The real treasure? Then what treasure do you think it is? Little Dragon King patted him and said drunkenly, You want to trick me? Peng Wanli pointed at her and laughed. I will tell you today. That treasure is Pangu bang. Before he could finish speaking, Peng Wanli collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Changkong, he drank too much. If he knew this would happen, he would have drunk less. This treasure was left behind by Pangu? What could it be? Little Dragon King and Ao Qingyu were also drunk. Jiang Changkong shook his head and ate the primal chaos beast meat. Soon, some dragons came over. Venerable Jiang, we will take care of them. Rest well. Thank you. Jiang Changkong stood up and left. Little Dragon King and Ao Qingyu had lived here for so long. It would not be a problem for them to take care of them. Of course, he still left chaos divine power in their bodies. This Mount Buzhou could not be said to be absolutely safe. Returning to the blood pool, Lu Gan said, That little bird said something about a real treasure. Pangu. Could it be left behind by the great god Pangu? When he wakes up, we will know, Jiang Changkong said lightly. He refined the light of creation and began to recover. He looked at his own data. Now he was also a peak immortal venerable. Jiang Changkong, peak immortal venerable 8 transformations, mystic art, basic 1/2. 5 million Khanate chaotic Tao body, basic 1/2. 5 million golden crow immortal sutra, complete 1/39. 0.625 million essence, chi and spirit. 2. 21 million. The night passed quickly. A terrified scream sounded. Ah, where are my feathers? Where are my feathers? Peng Wanli screamed. After getting drunk last night, he automatically reverted to his original form. Then he woke up early in the morning, and the feathers on his body were gone. Only the tuft of feathers on his but was left. His body was bare, and the feathers on his head were all plucked out. What are you shouting for? Little Dragon King opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. Then, ha ha ha, what an ugly bird. Jiang Chongkong covered his face. He would not say that the dragons plucked out all his feathers yesterday. Peng Wanli, your body is weak. Don't eat so much chaos beast meat and drink immortal wine. Look, this is bad. The power is too strong, and it even destroyed your feathers. One of the old dragons said earnestly, Peng Wanli, I feel that you are tricking me. This dragon race is too shameless. Lu Gan could not help but say, I am a golden-winged great Peng. My feathers will be gone if I spend a night with the dragon race. Little Dragon King rubbed his chin and said, Fortunately, the substitute Dragon King helped me refine the power of the ferocious beasts last night. Ao Qingyu nodded, indicating that she felt the same. Peng Wanli's mind was buzzing. His instincts told him that these dragons were all lying to him. However, he did not dare to say anything. This was the dragon race's territory. He could not afford to offend the East Sea Dragon King. Chapter 780. Peng Wanli wanted to run. He didn't want the feather anymore. He couldn't afford to offend these shameless dragons. However, just as his body flew into the air, he was pulled back by a force. Substitute, Dragon King. Peng Wanli's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to see this substitute Dragon King right now. An immortal venerable. We had a pleasant conversation last night, but you insisted on telling me the real treasure is related to Pangu. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, Originally I didn't want it, but you said that if I don't return the favor after eating my ferocious beast meat, I would be looking down on you. There's such a thing? Peng Wanli was stunned. Was there such a thing after drinking yesterday? I don't remember such a thing happening. It's absolutely true. Last night, you said that the true treasures of Mount Buzhou are all here, and that they have something to do with Pangu. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, I originally didn't mind, but you said that after you woke up you had to tell me or else you would be struck by lightning, and you even swore to the heavens. No, that can't be right. Why didn't I tell you last night? Peng Wanli's voice was trembling. Because you said that you can't explain it clearly when you're drunk, and that you'll have to wait until you're sober in the morning to tell me in detail. Jiang Chongkong said calmly, You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? I won't make things difficult for you, but you have to swear to the heavens. The golden-winged rock. Am I retarded? I swear to the heavens that I will tell you about the treasure. We all heard it last night. The real treasure. What Pangu? Little Dragon King and Ao Qingyu walked over. This is a secret of the great golden-winged Peng race. Peng Wanli scowled miserably. I can't say. Go ahead then. In any case, you were the one who made the vow, and I'm just reminding you. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand and said, Be careful of getting struck by lightning. The lightning of the heavenly Tao could definitely kill an immortal emperor. Peng Wanli didn't have the confidence to go against the oath. However, that good stuff. Was he really going to tell him just like that? Not only did he lose his feathers, but he also posted the information about the treasure. Jiang Chongkong's expression was indifferent, and he did not rush him. The little Dragon King muttered, An oath to the heavenly Tao. Wouldn't his body and soul be destroyed, his soul scattered, and he would die without a complete corpse? He definitely won't survive, Ao said softly. I'll tell you. Peng Wanli jumped in fright. The true treasure isn't actually a real treasure. his soul dispersed, his body and soul destroyed, and he died without a complete corpse. Thinking of this, Peng Wanli's scalp turned numb. Oh, no treasures? Jiang Changkong frowned. Be careful of the heavenly Tao. Peng Wanli frowned. That's a primal chaos entrance. There really are some treasures inside, but only those who are fated can enter. Fate? Jiang Changkong asked curiously, how so? Peng Wanli said, I'm not sure either. I went there by chance. Some of my people can't enter. Not even immortal sovereigns. If that's the case, I'm a little curious. What kind of place can isolate the celestial reverend? Jiang Changkong was interested. You mentioned Pangu last night. Was it left by Pangu? I don't know. I only know that it's related to Pangu. Peng Wanli shook his head. I obtained a strand of yin and yang energy inside. That's how I became a mid-stage celestial emperor. Where is that place? Jiang Changkong asked. I can bring you there. I found it by chance. Only a small portion of my people know about it. Peng Wanli said softly. Okay, let's go now. Lead the way. Peng Wanli had a bitter expression, but he could only lead the way. He hated himself. Why did he say everything after drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine? He had to stop drinking in the future. This jug of wine is for you. It's a high-grade wine. Even peak celestial emperors might not be able to drink it. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Thank you, celestial reverend. Damn, why did he just accept it like that? Peng Wanli hugged the wine and wanted to throw it away. But even peak celestial emperors might not be able to drink it. It was helpful for his cultivation. While Peng Wanli was blaming himself, Lu Gan, who was in Jiang Changkong's body, nearly laughed out loud. Take it easy. Don't laugh until you die, Jiang Changkong said. Lu Gan suppressed his laughter. I realized that you really know how to bully kids. You even swore to the heavens. Who bullied him? I just gave him a jug of high-grade wine. Jiang Changkong said seriously. This was a trade, a proper trade. Lu Gan saw through everything. You just want him to get drunk so that he can talk more, right? Jiang Changkong didn't reply. That was indeed what he was thinking. As they spoke, they left the dragon egg world. Peng Wanli's feathers grew out once more. However, they weren't as strong as before. After passing through the chaotic astral winds and chaotic energy currents, Jiang Changkong saw towering trees, primitive forests, and precipitous mountain walls. Peng Wanli brought them through the forest and came in front of a mountain wall. This is the place. Whether or not you can enter will depend on fate. After saying that, Peng Wanli charged towards the mountain wall. Ripples appeared on the mountain wall like water. Peng Wanli's body disappeared. Let me give it a try. Jiang Changkong arrived in front of the mountain wall and pressed his hand on it. It seems that I have fate with this place. After saying that, he walked in. The little Dragon King and A.O. Qingyu followed. A.O. Qingyu followed, but the little Dragon King couldn't. Jiang Changkong could only return and send the little Dragon King back to the Dragon Egg world before going back himself. The two of them passed through the mountain wall and entered a gray space. Chaotic energy currents flowed. Peng Wanli laid on top of the chaotic energy. I haven't seen the depths yet. I only saw a stone tablet in front. Let's go take a look, Jiang Changkong said. The 3 of them flew over and arrived in front of a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 4 ancient words carved in ancient immortal characters. Pengadao fruit. Pengadao fruit? A strange light flashed in Jiang Changkong's eyes. Peng Wanli said, I didn't find any Pengadao fruit, only yin and yang energy. Jiang Changkong's divine power spread out. The surroundings were gray and chaotic. He couldn't find anything. With his current strength, he couldn't search this place in a short time. A.O. Qingyu frowned. Why can we come in, but you can't? Jiang Changkong walked forward. Look around. Peng Wanli, did you encounter any danger here? No, I just walked nearby. I don't know if there's any danger in the depths. Peng Wanli said. Jiang Changkong searched while contacting Lu Qian. Have you heard any news about Pangadao fruit? I've heard some secrets. Lu Qian pondered. But I don't know if it's true or false. Tell me about it. Jiang Changkong said. There were many rumors about the great god Pangu. 2 of them caught the attention of the sages. The first was that Panga didn't die when he created the world. He successfully proved his Tao and left behind his comprehension in the heavenly realm. Lu Qian said. The second was that Pangu turned into all things, but he also left behind his Tao. Moreover, there were some things sealed in Buzhou Mountain. That's also the original Buzhou Mountain. Jiang Changkong stopped. Could it be a forgery by the sages? I'm not sure. There were no rumors about a sage obtaining Pangadao fruit, Lu Qian said. Jiang Changkong gazed at the vast chaos as his divine energy rapidly spread out.